Welcome friends to a new session on the course School Organization, Administration and Management. This session includes a discussion on stress and its effects, yoga and stress management, meditation and its benefits. What is stress? Stress is your body's way of responding to any kind of demand or threat. When you feel threatened, your nervous system responds by realizing a flood of stress hormones including adrenaline and cortisol, which rouse the body for emergency action. Your heart pounds faster, muscles tighten, blood pressure rises, breath quickens, and your senses become sharper. These physical changes increase your strength and stamina, speed your reaction time, enhance your focus. This is known as the fight or flight or mobilization stress response and is your body's way of protecting you. When stress is within your comfort zone, it can help you to stay focused, energetic and alert. In emergency situations, stress can save your life, giving you extra strength to defend yourself. Stress also helps you to rise to meet challenges. We shall now see some of the effects of chronic stress. 1. Musculoskeletal. When the body is stressed, muscles tense up. Muscle tension is almost a reflex reaction to stress, the body's way of guarding against injury and pain. With sudden onset stress, the muscles tense up all at once and then release their tension when the stress passes. Chronic stress causes the muscles in the body to be in a more or less constant state of guardedness. When muscles are taut and tense for long periods of time, this may trigger other reactions of the body and even promote stress-related disorders. For example, both tension-type headache and migraine headaches are associated with chronic muscle tension in the area of the shoulders, neck and head. Second is the respiratory system. Stress can make you breathe harder. That's not a problem for most people, but for those with asthma or a lung disease such as emphysema, getting the oxygen you need to breathe easier can be difficult. And some studies show that an acute stress such as the death of a loved one can actually trigger asthma attacks, in which the airway between the nose and the lungs constricts. In addition, stress can cause the rapid breathing or hyperventilation that can bring on a panic attack in someone prone to panic attacks. The third is cardiovascular system. The heart and blood vessels comprise the two elements of the cardiovascular system that work together in providing nourishment and oxygen to the organs of the body. The activity of these two elements is also coordinated in the body's response to stress. Acute stress, stress that is momentary or short term, such as meeting deadlines, being stuck in traffic, or suddenly slamming on the brakes to avoid an accident, causes an increase in heart rate and stronger contractions of the heart muscle, with the stress hormones adrenaline, noradrenaline and cortisol acting as messengers for these effects. In addition, the blood vessels that direct blood to the large muscles and the heart dilate, therefore increasing the amount of blood pumped to these parts of the body and elevating blood pressure. The fourth is the endocrine gland. When the body is stressed, the hypothalamus signals the autonomic nervous system and the pituitary gland, and the process is started to produce epinephrine and cortisol, sometimes called the stress hormones. Fifth is the adrenal glands near kidneys. Stress signals from the hypothalamus cause the adrenal cortex to produce cortisol and the adrenal medulla to produce epinephrine. This starts the process that gives your body the energy to run from danger. 6 is the liver. When cortisol and epinephrine are released, the liver produces more glucose, a blood sugar that would give you the energy for fight or flight in an emergency. For most of you, if you don't use all of that extra energy, the body is able to reabsorb the blood sugar even if you are stressed again and again. But for some people, especially people vulnerable to type 2 diabetes, that extra blood sugar can mean diabetes. Who is vulnerable? The obese and races more inclined to diabetes, such as Native Americans. Studies show that if you learn how to manage stress, you can control your blood sugar level, sometimes nearly as much as with medication. 7th is gastrointestinal. Esophagus. When you are stressed, you may eat much more or much less than you usually do. If you eat more or different foods or increase your use of alcohol or tobacco, you can experience heartburn or acid reflux. Stress or exhaustion can also increase the severity of heartburn pain. Stomach. When you are stressed, your brain becomes more alert to sensations in your stomach. Your stomach can react with butterflies or even nausea or pain. You may vomit if the stress is severe enough, and if the stress becomes chronic, you may develop ulcers or severe stomach pain even without ulcers. Bowel. Stress can affect digestion and what nutrients your intestines absorb. It can also affect how fast food moves through your body. You may find that you have either diarrhea or constipation. 8th, the nervous system. The nervous system has several divisions: the central division involving the brain and spinal cord, and the peripheral division consisting of the autonomic and somatic nervous systems. The autonomic nervous system, or ANS, has a direct role in physical response to stress and is divided into the sympathetic nervous system, or SMS, and the parasympathetic nervous system, the PNS. When the body is stressed, the SMS generates what is known as the fight or flight response. The body shifts all of its energy resources towards fighting off a life threat or fleeing from an enemy. The SMS signals the adrenal glands to release hormones called adrenaline and cortisol. These hormones causes the heart to beat faster, respiration rate to increase, blood vessels in the arms and legs to dilate, digestive process to change, and glucose levels or sugar energy in the bloodstream to increase to deal with the emergency. The SMS response is fairly sudden in order to prepare the body to respond to an emergency situation or acute stress, short-term stressors. Once the crisis is over, the body usually returns to the pre-emergency unstressed state. 9th, the male reproductive system. The male reproductive system is influenced by the nervous system. The parasympathetic part of the nervous system causes relaxation, whereas the sympathetic part causes arousal. In the male anatomy, the autonomic nervous system, also known as the fight or flight response, produces testosterone and activates the sympathetic nervous system, which creates arousal. Stress causes the body to release the hormone cortisol, which is produced by the adrenal glands. Cortisol is important to blood pressure regulation and the normal functioning of several body systems, including cardiovascular, circulatory, and male reproduction. Excess amounts of cortisol can affect the normal biochemical functioning of the male reproductive system. 10th, the female reproductive system. Menstruation. Stress may affect menstruation among adolescent girls and women in several ways. For example, high levels of stress may be associated with absent or irregular menstrual cycles, more painful periods, and changes in the length of cycles. Premenstrual syndrome or PMS. Stress may make premenstrual symptoms worse or more difficult to cope with, and premenstrual symptoms may be stressful for many women. These symptoms include cramping, fluid retention and bloating, negative mood or feeling irritable and blue, and mood swings. Menopause. As menopause approaches, hormone levels fluctuate rapidly. These changes are associated with anxiety, mood swings, and feelings of distress. Thus, menopause can be a stressor in and of itself. Some of the physical changes associated with menopause, especially hot flashes, can be difficult to cope with. Furthermore, emotional distress may cause the physical symptoms to be worse. For example, women who are more anxious may experience an increased number of hot flashes and or more severe or intense hot flashes. Sexual desire. Women juggle personal, family, professional, financial, and a broad range of other demands across their lifespan. Stress, distraction, fatigue, etc. may reduce sexual desire, especially when women are simultaneously caring for young children or other ill family members, coping with chronic medical problems, feeling depressed, experiencing relationship difficulties or abuse, dealing with work problems, etc. 11th, the cognitive symptoms. Memory problems, inability to concentrate, poor judgment, seeing only the negative, anxious or rising thoughts, constant worrying, etc. affects the individual under stress. 12th is emotional symptoms. Depression or general unhappiness, anxiety and agitation, moodiness, irritability or anger, feeling overwhelmed, loneliness and isolation, and other mental or emotional health problems. 13 is the physical symptoms. Aches and pains, diarrhea or constipation, nausea, dizziness, chest pain, rapid heart rate, loss of sex drive, frequent colds and flu. Behavioral symptoms: eating more or less, sleeping too much or too little, withdrawing from others, procrastination or neglecting responsibilities, using alcohol or cigarette or drug to relax, nervous habits, nail biting. Yoga and stress management. In today's era of globalization, where there is a lot of competition, innovation and change, executives in all organizations cannot avoid tension, stress and anxiety in their day-to-day work. Only hard-working, disciplined, punctual and mentally alert executives can survive the work pressures and strike a balance between work life and personal life. They are exposed to stress and tension for long periods, which may manifest in the form of many ailments like hypertension, high or low blood pressure, insomnia, depression, backaches, migraine, spondylitis, etc. This in turn results in overall decrease in the executive's efficiency and productivity. Consequently, there is a deterioration of human capital in the organization. Yoga is the answer for healing stress among working men and women. This all-in-one formula acts as a soothing agent for the burned-out Indian corporate and is fast growing on the popularity charts. It serves as a reviver of body, mind and soul. The techniques of yoga comprise of physical postures or asanas, breath expansion and enhancement or pranayama, relaxation and meditation techniques or dhyan, coupled with philosophy of simple and natural lifestyle management. It enhances energy of the person and develops a positive attitude. It has been attested by many as a complete all-in-one holistic formula for stress management. Some of the benefits through yoga for stress management include: 1. Unification of body, mind and spirit. Our mind will be united through a combination of strengthening exercises, deep breathing and relaxation techniques. 2. Better sleep. As with any form of exercise, you will be able to sleep better by practicing yoga. This will allow you to wake up with both your body and your mind feeling more refreshed. 3rd, healing powers. Decreasing your stress levels, increasing your positive blood flow, providing better support for your immune system, you are enabling your body to be better equipped to heal yourself. 4th is weight loss. The yoga postures helps to develop and tone the muscles throughout your entire body. 5th, more energy. Yoga postures improve the oxygen in your blood flow, resulting a calming effect on your mind. 6. Better concentration. Yoga postures and relaxing are for both your body and your mind. Less stress and enhanced blood flow will help with concentration, focus and clarity. 7. Resilience. In conjunction with healing powers and more energy, the consistent practice yoga helps to build strength and resilience. 8th is empowerment. Yoga gives you the feeling of empowerment because it allows you to decipher the real from the imaginary. Stress is sometimes caused by incorrect perceived scenario and circumstances. 9th, relaxation response. The meditation that is involved with yoga creates the alpha waves, which in turn lead to the relaxation response. Whenever this psychological response occurs, you breathe slower, your heart rate will be lowered and your blood pressure will normalize. Here we will have a detailed discussion on meditation. We come across various types of people in the society and their reactions, responses, behavior, attitudes and approaches are different from each other. The reason for the abnormal behavior of mankind is due to the lack of control over the mind, lack of thinking power, lack of awareness and lack of unity. Hence, there is a need to develop human mind so that we can develop peace and harmony among all the people of the society. The meditation or dhyana serves as a powerful weapon to eliminate all such unpleasant things in the society and helps to live peacefully and happily. The values of meditation that we hear from various religious leaders and organizations claim that meditation provides concentration of mind, health and happiness. The basic concept of meditation is to control the mind. When the mind is controlled, one can restrain from bad thinking and it helps to control the soul. When the body and mind are controlled, one can attain the state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, that is the highest stage of meditation. In this stage, one can realize truth and perfection. The several benefits of meditation. 1. Meditation helps to animate the mind and helps to provide liveliness to the body and mind. 2. The restlessness of mind gives scope for mental agitation, anxiety and anger. The systematic practice of meditation helps to reduce anxiety, fear and anger. 3rd, controlling of mind reduces the depression of mind. We come across many young students and youths who have high ambitions in their life, get depressed when their ambitions are not materialized. In such events, they will become psychologically disturbed and lose all hopes in their lives. By controlling the mind through meditation, one can get rid of such depression. Fourth, meditation provides systematic thinking and judging capacity and helps to develop the personality of the individual. The practice of meditation helps to reduce all tensions and provides sensitivity of mind to think and judge properly in tough situations. Fifth, meditation helps to provide concentration, which ultimately increases your memory power of the mind. We have seen many students who have shown dull performance in their academic pursuits. In such cases, meditation provides mental effectiveness and application of intelligence. Sixth, from various medical studies, it is found that mental stress and anxiety is the main cause of deteriorating health. Nowadays, the common health problems like heart disease, high blood pressure, bronchial asthma, nervous disorders, and many other diseases are aggravated by stress. Systematic practice of meditation and control of mind can reduce these problems gradually. Seventh, psychological disorders, which are quite common among all types of people, more particularly women, are entangled with several stresses and strains. Because of such stress and strain, we are witnessing high rate of suicide in youth. This is due to lack of control over the mind. The practice of meditation helps to deter all the depression and provides self-confidence to face the tough situation. Eighth, we have seen an increasing number of alcoholics and drug addicts everywhere. This is mainly due to lack of control over the mind. When the person who gets depressed wants to opt for instant pleasure in order to forget depression and mental tension, they start consuming alcohol, drugs, smoking, etc. Meditation not only helps to provide control of the mind but also helps to resist from such bad habits. Ninth, relaxation is the main concept of meditation. The systematic and continuous practice of meditation helps to provide mental and physical peace so that one can experience utmost relaxation. Let us now summarize the points of discussion. Yoga is a science which helps the practitioner in many ways. In an age of a highly dynamic and competitive world, man is exposed to all kinds of stresses that can affect them in all realms of life. Stress can affect one's health, work performance, social life, and the relationship with family members. The state of the mind and the body are intimately related. If the mind is relaxed, the muscles in the body will also be relaxed. Stress produces a state of physical and mental tension. Yoga is a form of body-mind medicine. Physiological benefits which follow help yoga practitioners become more resilient to stressful conditions and reduce a variety of important risk factors for various diseases, especially cardiorespiratory diseases. Discipline of mind can be attained by meditation. Having the significance of mind control, the systematic practice of meditation has many benefits. Hi friends, our course School Organization, Administration and Management is completed here. Hope you have enjoyed the course and it was beneficial to you. I wish you all grand success. Bye.
Welcome back. Today we are going to deal with secondary sources of information. Secondary sources of information are either compiled from or refer to primary sources of information. It deals with the information about primary or original information. It consists of recognized, repackaged knowledge rather than new knowledge in a suitable format for the purpose of easy location by the users. It is more easily and widely available than primary sources. The important secondary sources are Union Catalog, bibliographies, encyclopedia, indexing and abstracting periodicals, directories, biographical sources, geographical sources, statistical sources, etc. Bibliographies. The word bibliography derived from two Greek words such as biblion means a book and graphein means to write. Thus, the word bibliography means writing of books which later on changed to writing about books. The term bibliography was first used by Louis Jacob de Saint Charles. According to S.R. Ranganathan, it is a list of documents listed together for some purpose. The purpose is to bring to the attention of the reader an exhaustive and selective list of documents relevant to his pursuit of study or inquiry. It is a well-organized list of written information sources on subjects and gives direction to primary or other sources relating to some given subject or person. It is a list of bibliographical references to materials. It's a comprehensive list of reference materials on subjects, all material by author or material published during a specific period of time or in a particular language or in a specific geographical area. It may be lists of books, periodicals, documents and audiovisual materials, or it may be restricted to only one or two types of materials. It gives bibliographic descriptions of material like author, joint author, title, edition, publisher, date, price, etc. It may be comprehensive and annotated. It is usually arranged alphabetically by author, title, subject or a combination of both, chronological by date of publication and format of the material, such as books in one section, periodicals in another, and non-print materials in another. Bibliography differs from catalog and indexes because both catalog and indexes serve as sources for the compilation of bibliographies, and bibliography provide single access point to information. Function and its use. A bibliography acts as a key to the mass of literature that exists. It is the direct consequence of enormous growth in published literature. It helps the user in locating items of interest to user and their field of study. Following are the functions and use of bibliography. 1. It is a systematic guide to the literature of the subjects. Second one, it helps to ascertain detailed information about documents, and it gives details like name of the author or authors, collaborators, compilers, edition, name of publisher, year, language, etc. Third, it helps the user to know about literary achievements. Fourth, it promotes application of existing knowledge and promotes the creation of new knowledge. Fifth, it helps user to locate and identify required information sources in fast manner. It acts as a book selection tool for the library. Seventh, it serves as device for bibliographic control of literary output of nations. Eighth, it helps to avoid duplication of research and also helps in indicating the area where total research has been done and progressed. Branches of bibliography. There are 3 branches of bibliography, and it is based on activities to aid the users. They are systematic or enumerative, It is the list of individual documents with minimum details and related materials in a logical or useful arrangement. It is usually enumerative because some sort of selection has prevailed in determining what to include. It will lead to effective access of information. It is most popular and is also used mostly as a reference tool by the research scholars and other users of the library. Analytical or critical. It is concerned with the detailed analysis of description of the documents. It is also concerned more with the physical aspects of the documents. They are of two types, descriptive and textual bibliography. Descriptive bibliography is to record the result of analysis in a standard form. Textual bibliography is to determine the effect of writing or the printing process on the correctness of the text. Historical. It is mainly concerned with the historical methods of making books, that it covers the history of writing, printing, illumination and binding. Let us move on to discuss the types of bibliographies. Bibliographies are regarded as the most important information tool in the library and documentation center because it allows free flow of bibliographic information on published literature. Discussing about the types of bibliographies, it is available in various forms. It may be universal, trade, national or subject. Universal bibliography. It is a list of all published materials of all subjects in all languages in all countries of the world at all times without restricting them. It includes everything that is published, issued or processed in the field of knowledge from the beginning to the future. The preparation of this type of bibliography is almost impossible due to the tremendous growth of knowledge and literature. Language is one of the constraints. Compilation and arrangement of entries in the bibliography is another barrier. For example, Library of Congress Catalogue of Books, British Museum, General Catalogue of Printed Books, Bibliotheca Universal and Cumulative Book Index. Library of Congress Catalogue of Books. It is a cumulative list of books represented by Library of Congress printed cards. It is continued by quarterly and annual cumulations. Subject headings are taken from Library of Congress subject heading list. It provides Library of Congress class number and Dewey Decimal number. British Museum General Catalogue of Printed Books. It is published by trustees of British Museum, London. It is one of the most precious records of human knowledge. Cumulative Book Index. It is a list of books published in English language and published by the H.W. Wilson Company. It was first published as a supplement to the United States Catalogue. A less frequently updated publication began in 1898. The last volume was published in 1999. National bibliographies. It is a list of books, periodicals, dissertations, theses, or other printed material produced in the country. It records the intellectual input of nations. These are an authoritative source for informing about the documents produced in a country. It is a useful guide for bibliographic control of documents of a nation and acts as guides to the book trade. It serves cultural, economic and social purpose. It can be used to search current as well as retrospective information. It is an authoritative source for information about the documents published in a nation. Ranganathan recognizes the following categories of national bibliography. First one, list of all books published in a country. Second one, list of all books on a country. Third, list of all the books published by citizens of a country. Fourth, list of all books published on all citizens of the country. And fifth, any one combination of the above. Example, Indian National Bibliography, British National Bibliography. Indian National Bibliography, INB. It is published by Central Reference Library in 1957. It is sponsored by the Department of Culture, Government of India. It records all the Indian publications at one place and has a bibliographical control tool. It does not include categories of materials like music scores, maps, periodicals and newspapers, keys and guides to textbooks, trade catalog, telephone directories, railway timetables. INB has two parts such as general publications and government publications. Each part has two sections such as classified and alphabetical part. It is quarterly publications. British National Bibliography, that is BNB. It is published by British Library Bibliographic Services Division since 1974, while earlier it was the Council of the BNB. It is a record of the newly published books in Great Britain. The materials like periodicals, music, maps, certain government publications, publications without a British imprint and cheap novelettes etc. are excluded in BNB. It is weekly publications and has two parts such as classified and alphabetical part. Classified part is arranged based on the 20th edition of Dewey Decimal Classification and prepared according to the second edition of Anglo-American Cataloging Rules. Subject bibliographies. Subject bibliographies form the largest group of enumerative bibliographies. It deals with single subjects instead of covering a universe of subjects, which may be a place, a person, a broad subject, or a minute branch of any subject. It has to be prepared, keeping in view the class of user to be served. It may be published in form of full book or as part of a book or article in periodicals. Depending on the contents, subject bibliography can be categorized as reference bibliographies, reading lists, subject indexes, and abstracting services and bibliographic reviews. Example, the New Cambridge Bibliography of English Literature, Asian Social Science Bibliography. The New Cambridge Bibliography of English Literature. Formerly, it was published as Cambridge Bibliography of English Literature in 1940 in 4 volumes and edited by F.W. Bateson. It is published by Cambridge University. It lists out publications on Old English, Middle English and Modern English. Asian Social Science Bibliography. It is a selective bibliography covering subjects like economics, sociology, social anthropology, social psychology, political science, social science, education and communication, and demography. It published material in English in forms of books, articles in periodicals, reports, government documents, etc. It covers materials from many Asian countries such as Burma, Afghanistan, Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Iran, Korea, Laos, Malaysia, Nepal, Pakistan, Philippines, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Taiwan, Thailand and Vietnam. Trade bibliography. It is a list of printed books and other materials available for sale. Trade bibliographies are published by publishers, booksellers, distributors, printers and other large publishing firms for a specific country. It contains minimum bibliographic details and no annotation, though sometimes chapter headings may be listed. It is only meant for business. Trade bibliography is useful for small and medium library because they are interested in non-trade items. Example, British Books in Print, Books in Print USA, Indian Books in Print. British Books in Print. It is a type of trade bibliography and founded by J. Whittaker and Sons in 1874. It is a reference catalogue of British literature and covering British books and English language titles published in Europe. Books in Print USA. It is published by R.R. Bowker, New York in 1948. It is an annual trade bibliography listing all in print and forthcoming books covering more than 6 lakh titles from about 13,500 publishers. It provides author, title and subject access in several volumes with index. All publishers are annually invited to submit their listings for inclusion. Some classes of publications are excluded, such as the government publications, some paper-bound books, etc. Indian books in print. It is a bibliography of Indian books in English language till January 2012 in 3 volumes. Volume 1 arranged alphabetically by author and contains information about title, edition, publisher, collation, illustration, price and ISBN. Volume 2 is arranged title-wise and Volume 3 is classified according to Dewey Decimal Classification and is arranged subject-wise. It is published by Indian Bibliographies Bureau. Author bibliography. It relates to an author recording every book or article written by him or attributed to him. It gives bibliographical details of the author. Example, Mahatma Gandhi, a descriptive bibliography. It is compiled by Dr. J.S. Sharma in 1955. It contains works by and about Mahatma Gandhi and also contains those works which influenced his life and works. It lists out books, articles in periodicals, press cutting, etc. It is divided into various parts under various headings. It provides full bibliographical details and annotations. It also provides events connected with Mahatma Gandhi in chronological order from October 2nd, 1869 to January 30th, 1948. Bibliography of bibliographies. It is a list of bibliographies recorded in a systematic and logical order. It consists of all types of bibliographies in various subject filed. Example, a world bibliography of bibliographies and of bibliographical catalogues, calendars, abstracts, digest, indexes and the like by Theodor Besterman. It is published by Societas Bibliographica Geneva. It covers manuscripts, books, pamphlets, periodicals and patents in all subjects. The entries are alphabetically arranged and cross-reference entries are also provided. The main concern of bibliography is the identification of the content in a book and also the selection of material. With the help of this, librarian can easily identify books and other reading materials. It helps quick and easy access to information for a general reader as well as a research scholar in particular field of knowledge. In this regard, bibliography plays an important role. Hence, it is one of the most important reference and information access tools. Union Catalogue. Union Catalogue is a catalogue listing holdings of 2 or more libraries. It provides bibliographic details of recorded and published literature in member libraries. It is one of the most important bibliographic tool widely used in library cooperation. Due to high cost of materials, libraries are not able to acquire all the resources being published in the world. Libraries can overcome these issues through library cooperation. The importance of Union Catalogue lies in promoting inter-library cooperation on local, regional and international level. The user consults the Union Catalogue to locate a given book, periodicals or newspapers in another library which may be in same city or elsewhere. International Encyclopedia of Library and Information Science defines Union Catalogue as a catalogue that contains not only a listing of bibliographic records from more than one library but also locations to identify holdings of the contributing libraries. According to Harrod's Library Glossary, Union Catalogue is a catalogue of the various departments of a library or of a number of libraries indicating their locations. Functions of Union Catalogue. It serves as a tool for location of a given document. It helps in inter-library loan. To indicate total collection of resources of libraries in a given geographical area. It helps in the selection of library materials. It helps to avoid duplication of materials in a given geographical area. It serves as a useful source for obtaining bibliographical information. Types of Union Catalogue. There are different types of Union Catalogue on the basis of geographical location and kinds of materials. On the basis of geographical location, Union Catalogue is classified into local, regional, national and international. Among these types, National Union Catalogues is the most significant Union Catalogue because of its objectives, goals, format and especially the coverage of geographical area. Geographical location based Union Catalogue. Local level. It lists the holdings of local libraries. Regional level. It lists out the holdings of regional libraries. National level. It is the most important form of Union Catalogue. It is compiled at the national level in a country. International level. It lists out the holdings of international institutions. Forms of material. Union Catalogue can also be classified on the basis of kinds of materials. They are Union Catalogue of books, Union Catalogue of periodicals, Union Catalogue of newspapers, Union Catalogue of audio-visual materials. Some of the important Union Catalogues are briefly discussed. Union Catalogue of social science periodicals and serials. It was started in 1970 by NASDOC. This complete database consists of 32 volumes and holding records of 31,125 journals in 550 libraries in 17 states and 2 union territories, including a separate volume of the National Library, Kolkata. National Union Catalogue of Scientific Serials, NUCSSI, New Delhi. It is compiled by NISCARE and it serves as an ideal tool to access journal holdings information and encouraging library resource sharing. It is a data repository of a large number of unique journal titles and library holdings belonging to major universities, S&T institutions, R&D units of industries, higher institutes like IISc, IITs and professional institutes spread all over the country. British Union Catalogue of Periodicals, BUCOP. It is a record of the periodicals of the world from the 17th century to the present day in British libraries. It was published by Butterworth's Scientific Publications, London, in 4 volumes. Union Catalogue of CD-ROM databases in social science. It is a unique catalogue prepared by ICSSR under Indo-Dutch program. It consists of 200 databases available in 40 libraries and information centers in India. It covers all subjects of social science on which CD-ROM databases have been prepared everywhere in the world. With the advent of information technology, compilation of Union Catalogue has become easy. Union Catalogue is an extremely useful and indispensable aid for information services. It is highly useful for reference librarian in rendering information services in verifying bibliographical information. Indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodicals. Indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodicals is a secondary publication and are very important tools of reference and consultation in libraries and information centers. It gives information about already published primary documents such as articles and research papers in periodicals, reports, patents and conference proceedings. It acts as a communication link between originator of information and its ultimate user. It helps the user to locate their required information easily and quickly. Due to information explosion, demand of indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodicals increased. It is the simplest way to access literature. Indexing, abstracting and reviewing are 3 different concepts. Indexing is indexing periodicals, Abstracting is abstracting periodicals and reviewing is reviewing the periodicals. Functions of indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodicals. It brings together all current publication, though scattered in a number of sources. It is the key to librarians, scientists, research scholars and academicians for day-to-day reference and bibliographical work. It provides correct and complete bibliographical details of published documents, giving access to literature. It provides bibliographic control of literature either by country or by subject or by kind of materials. It helps to find out specific information which may not have been covered by books, encyclopedia and other literature. It helps to carry out study related to growth and pattern of literature. Indexing periodicals. The term index is originated from the Latin word indicare, which means indicate or point out the information where it is available. Index is a systematic list of items arranged in alphabetical or other chosen order. Indexing periodical is a regularly issued compilation of titles of articles that appear in current primary sources journals, generally new books, pamphlets, etc. It is an access tool to a systematically arranged list of periodical literature, and it provides complete bibliographical references of already published individual items of primary documents. It helps to locate original documents on a given topic of subjects. It is a serial publication. Index entries arranged in a systematic order by author, title or subject wise. Abstracting periodicals. Abstracting periodical is regularly issued compilation of concise summaries of articles in primary sources, important new research monographs, reports, patents and other primary sources publications. It consists of abstract of recently published journal articles. It helps the user to keep up to date in their field of study and well informed in a specialized subject. It also helps in finding specific piece of information and for acquiring background information. It enables the user whether the content of the document is fully read or not. It overcomes the language barrier and helps to prevent duplication. Abstracting periodicals are selective in their coverage and their frequency varies. It covers maximum number of periodicals on the subject and its allied fields irrespective of language. Every issue provides abstract and usually it is arranged by broader subjects. It is usually the product of learned societies, professional bodies, government bodies and some other published by individual publisher. Reviewing periodicals. Reviewing is the critical evaluation of information on a particular subject or topic. It may be considered as a critical synthesis of the state of knowledge or advances in given subject, its subdiscipline. It is the highest level of intellectual reprocessing of information. It is a narrative account of the progress of a particular field of study prepared by an expert in the field. It provides background information to a new problem. It is generally written by subject specialists and it contains critical comment. Reviews are two types. One is focused on bibliographical approach in a subject and second is focusing on particular scientific or technical problem and its solutions. Some of the important indexing periodicals are briefly discussed. Index Medicus. It is developed by National Library of Medicine USA in 1960. It covers periodicals of biomedical sciences, medicines, life sciences and other health-related periodicals from around the world. It is a monthly indexing periodical and it has two sections, subject and name sections, which are arranged in alphabetical sequences. The index is available in both printed and online form. A medical subject heading list is published as part of January issue of Index Medicus and also published its abridged and cumulative issues under the title Abridged Index Medicus and Cumulative Index Medicus. Current content. It is published by Institute of Scientific Information, Philadelphia. It indexed science subjects, that is agricultural science, biology, environmental science, life science, physics, chemistry, geology, clinical practice, sociological and behavioral science, engineering, technology and applied science. A quarterly index of life science is also prepared. Another example of indexing periodicals are Applied Science and Technology Index, INIS Atom Index, Science Citation Index, Business Periodicals Index, Business Index, the Current Law Index. Library and Information Science Abstract, LISA. It was published by Library Association in London under the title Library Science Abstract. Since 1969, the title is changed to Library and Information Science Abstract. It is bi-monthly publication. It covered library and information science subjects and areas likely to be of interest to librarian and information scientists. It consists of about 400 abstracts, articles of periodicals, conference papers, books and pamphlets. Abstract is arranged in classified order on several headings and subheadings along with class number. Author and subject indexes are prepared and inserted in the middle pages. Annual index by author and subject are also published. Chemical Abstract. It was published by American Chemical Society in 1907 under the title Review of Chemical Research. From 1907, it is being published under the present name. It is weekly publication since 1967. Formerly, it was a fortnightly publication. It is the world's largest abstracting services in chemistry and chemical engineering. It covers about 12,000 scientific periodicals in 56 languages published from 106 countries and also patents published from 26 countries. Other examples of abstracting periodicals are Biological Abstract, Mathematical Review, Indian Library Science Abstract, Dissertation Abstract International, Asian Recorder, Keesing's Contemporary Archives, Index Chemicus. Annual Review of Information Science and Technology. It is an annual review of American Society for Information, Washington, D.C. It was started in 1960. It provides an analytical, authoritative and accessible overview of recent trends and significant developments in the field of information science and technology. Review of Higher Education. It provides a forum for discussion of varied issues affecting higher education. It is the official journal of the Association for the Study of Higher Education, ASHE. It is published by Johns Hopkins University Press, Baltimore. Other examples of reviewing periodicals are Review of Plant Pathology, Review of Research in Educational Annual Review of Psychology. In an era of information explosion, indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodical is the simplest way of providing access to literature. It saves time and is very useful in literature search and general reference work. They play a very important role in the growth and development of different disciplines. Let us now summarize what we have discussed so far. In this module, we discussed about the types and examples of bibliography, union catalog and indexing, abstracting and reviewing periodicals. Today, there is tremendous growth in literature, and it caused a problem to the users to trace the required information. The above discussed secondary sources are very useful to trace the required information. Due to the application of computer, publication of these sources have improved a great deal. It helps in bringing information to the notice of those who need it rather quickly and are extremely useful tools. This way, they are playing specific and vital role among librarians, information scientists, academicians, research scholars to locate and identify required information sources. Now, please try to answer the questions. Write short note on bibliography. Differentiate indexing and abstracting periodicals. Briefly explain Indian National Bibliography and British National Bibliography. Explain the types of Union Catalogue with examples. Enumerate functions of Union Catalogue. What is indexing periodicals? Write a short note on LISA. Briefly explain the difference between abstracting, indexing and reviewing periodicals. Now you may go through the reference books for further reading. Documentation and its Facets by S.R. Ranganathan, published by Asia Publishing House, Bombay. Physical Bibliography for Librarians, 2nd edition by S.R. Ranganathan, published by Asia Publishing House, Bombay. The Librarian's Glossary of Terms Used in Librarianship, Documentation and Book Crafts and Reference Book, 6th edition by Leonard Montague Harrod, Gower, London. International Encyclopedia of Information and Library Science, edited by John Feather and Paul Sturgis, Routledge, London. Reference Service by Krishnan Kumar, Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi. Manual of Reference and Information Sources, Volume 1 by Seva Singh, BR Publishing Corporation, New Delhi. Information Sources and Services by P.S.G. Kumar, BR Publishing Corporation, New Delhi. Thank you for watching. Hope the session was enriching. We shall meet with another topic. Goodbye.
Welcome to you all. We have in nuclear astrophysics Professor V.M. Datar with us to throw some light on the importance of neutrino oscillations and the neutrino detection, which plays a very vital role in understanding the various cosmological events. Professor Datar has been with BARC for the last almost 3 decades. He joined the training school in 1974 and officially started working with Professor C.V.K. Baba since 75. Since then, he has been taking very active role in various nuclear physics research programs, in addition to doing extensive work in neutrino mass oscillations also. I welcome Professor Datar to this program. Professor Datar, I would like to ask you what is the importance of neutrino? Can you please tell us briefly why neutrino is important?
The neutrino is probably among the particles one of the least understood particles. It's a weakly interacting particle. It therefore can give us information about the interiors of stars, such as, for instance, the sun. Because of the weak interaction, it leads to a long mean-free path, and in fact, the neutrino can, for instance, travel through the Earth with, if it has MEV energy, then the probability of interaction is less than 10 to the minus 8 or so. So it can propagate in matter without, almost without any attenuation. So it can give us information which originates from the source without any distortion. But on the other hand, of course, it interacts weakly, so there is some interaction, otherwise we couldn't have detected it. And potentially, for instance, this has the possibility to tell us even things like what is the interior of the Earth. So it can be X-ray, so to speak, the Earth. We might be able to do that in the future. The other thing is that the neutrino has already told us that we have to go beyond the so-called standard model of physics. The fact that the neutrinos possess mass implies that we have to go beyond the standard model. That already has come out. We might also learn more things about particle physics through the window of neutrinos. And of course, as you also mentioned, that neutrinos provide us with a window to the universe as well, a completely new window. Up to now, we have been looking at the universe through the electromagnetic spectrum, and for the first time in 1987, we detected neutrinos from a supernova explosion. So this has provided a new window, and in fact, part of that work has even received recognition in the form of a Nobel Prize.
If I understand correctly, originally it was proposed that neutrino is massless. Only to account for the missing angular momentum in the beta decay, it has been introduced. Now you say that neutrino has mass. There are quite a few papers claiming the mass to be somewhere around few keV, and then there were a paper saying that it is much less than a few electron volt. Yeah. So can you please highlight?
Well, I mean, there were early experiments which showed that the neutrino has if it has a mass at all, and in particular the electron neutrino, that it has a mass of less than the order of 40-50 electron volts. This was in the 60s and 70s. Limit was pushed further and further. In fact, around the 80s, there was a small ripple caused by one experimental group in Russia, which claimed to have observed a finite mass of the electron neutrino in the region of about of the order of 10 electron volts or so. It was repeated by other people with much more sensitivity and was proven to be not correct. And in fact, that limit was pushed in the electron neutrino case to about 2 electron volts, 2 electron volt by c squared. In the early 80s, again there was a small ripple caused by a group which was looking at, in fact Simpson from Canada, he was looking at the beta decay spectrum from tritium, and they claimed to have seen evidence for the emission of in 3% of these decays to a 17 keV neutrino. That's a massive neutrino. So immediately many people got going, and including us, CVK, myself, and Amit Roy and so on, we got together and we did a quick experiment. And we showed that that is not possible. We pushed that limit that if there is a 17 keV neutrino, it is emitted less than 0.6% of the time. So we kind of ruled it out at that level. And then others pushed that limit even further, and I think that was taken by a further order of magnitude down. So we don't have any evidence for a 17 keV neutrino. So the electron neutrino, of course, there are better experiments now which are trying to push this limit from 2 electron volt to 0.2 electron volt by c squared. That's the so-called Catherine experiment.
Okay. So if we understand and if we are able to detect these neutrinos, what sort of an information it will provide both on the composition of the sun as well as in the supernova? These are the two major sources of neutrinos. So what type of information will it provide on the astrophysical side?
As I said, historically the neutrinos were used to try to look for the nuclear reactions that go on in the sun. As happens in many areas of physics, there was a result that was not understood, and in fact that created the so-called solar neutrino problem. And when the calculations towards solving this were refined, the so-called standard solar models were refined, it turned out that this problem cannot be understood within the solar models. So Bacall and others proposed that there is a particle physics solution, and in fact that particle physics solution was suggested already by Pontecorvo. But it was taken more seriously after Boccol improved his calculations to a point where it became imperative to call for a particle physics solution. And the Davis experiment therefore could be explained there. Then there were other experiments like other radiochemical experiments, the Galax experiments, the Snow experiment, the super Kamiokande and then the super Kamiokande results. All of them seem to indicate that this can be explained only in terms of neutrino oscillation. But of course the definitive solution to that came through the Sudbury Neutrino Observatory, which actually showed that the shortfall in electron neutrino is made up by neutrinos in the muon and tau sector. So they looked at the neutral currents, which is sensitive to electron, muon and tau type of neutrinos. They showed that that shortfall is made up in that when you add up these three contributions, neutral current sector, they all add up to what the solar. So it's indeed a great triumph of the solar standard solar model that we got things right to of the order of 20% or so. With such a huge, massive star, so many processes going on that we got it right itself is a great achievement. Okay. Now that being said, also subsequently there were other experiments which improved on the measurements of neutrinos, oscillation parameters in the mass matrix. They were the precision on that was improved. Now it has probably come to a point where we can now go back and once this neutrino sector is cleaned up a bit, now we can go back and ask, can we learn something about what is going on in the sun? Again, by looking at neutrinos. So I think that is the phase in which we are at present now. So we can perhaps put constraints on some of these reaction rates and so forth by looking at neutrinos, which is fantastic.
One of the recent attempts is that LIGO. Can you tell something about the LIGO setup?
I am not, I think I am not an expert on that area, and I think probably Bala Iyer will be able to do that, do more justice to that. Except that I just learned that, I have heard also at other times, that the attempts to look at gravitational waves might, after that technology is mastered, provide us with a window to the universe in a completely different channel. Electromagnetic, maybe in the near future we will go in for neutrinos to look at the universe through neutrinos, and maybe 20 years from now we will be looking at the skies through gravitational waves. Okay. So that is, I think, there is a great importance of LIGO and its upgrades and advanced versions of that.
And we also had some earlier experiments in Kolar gold mines.
Yes.
So can you, what actually the status, can you briefly highlight what is the...
I was not personally involved in that, but my colleague, Professor Nava Mandal, who is the spokesperson for the India-based Neutrino Observatory project, he was involved in that. But I know, of course, roughly what is done there. In the Kolar gold fields, I think one of the, they were looking at cosmic rays. Bhabha started this program of looking at cosmic rays. You go deeper and deeper and look at the muon spectrum, muon flux. In the course of doing such measurements, the Indians hit upon a gold mine, really, in that sense, because they first discovered atmospheric neutrinos. Yes. So the Indian team has a first, to its credit, they found evidence for atmospheric neutrinos. In fact, they beat Reines by not too large a distance, but by a couple of weeks. At least. Reines, of course, is he found evidence for the electron neutrino. And this team, the TIFR and Osaka, and I think it was also a Durham team, they actually discovered evidence for atmospheric neutrinos. Subsequently, the TIFR and Osaka, this group, Durham group, they went into looking for proton decay, because at around that time the grand unification theories had come up, and one of the most outstanding predictions of that was that protons should decay. So they looked for, they were the first, in fact, to set up quickly a detector underground in KGF. It was not a very massive detector. I think it was of the order of 100 or 150 tons detector, iron and proportional counters, but they could get it going very quickly. And the backgrounds at KGF, because they were the deepest mine in the world at that time, were very low, and so the only background that they had to fight with was the neutrino background. So if the proton had decayed with the rates that were predicted by some of these theories at that time, with lifetimes of the order of 10 to the 29, 10 to the power of 30 years, then they should have seen these events. Unfortunately, they only had a couple of candidate events, but they could put upper bounds only, and nature did not oblige them. Otherwise, perhaps we would even have had a big discovery there. Of course, then the KGF mine being what it is, you cannot put very large size detectors there. So other people who are building detectors could make much bigger ones. And the epitome of that is of course the super Kamiokande detector, which is the 50 kiloton water Cherenkov detector. So these, the other thing that happened was that in KGF, the mines were becoming less economically viable. So they had to close them down. So I think around the 90s, around 1990, they started closing down these operations, and it became sort of financially difficult to maintain the mine just for an experiment of this kind. In any case, we couldn't have competed with the other groups worldwide in building bigger detectors at such a depth. So we would have to come up to shallower depths, but then we lose the advantage of very low background. So somehow that stopped. But if at that time somehow we had got a neutrino group together, we could have probably been in this field much earlier. But okay, in the absence of that, now we are trying to build up a group to set up a neutrino underground laboratory. I mean, an underground laboratory to do neutrino physics. And it's possible that soon we will get permission to do that in a site in Tamil Nadu.
This is the so-called Indian Neutrino Observatory.
That's right. That is the India-based neutrino observatory.
Project shape.
Yes,
it's coming up.
Yeah.
And what are the challenging topics which you would like to look at there?
There are some areas that are kind of bread and butter, which namely that we would like to see oscillations. We would like to see the rise and fall of these oscillations, and you can do that if you do neutrino measurements over a large range in zenith angle. That is possible because you can look at all angles in principle, except for in the plane of the iron calorimeter plates. But the more exciting prospect would arise if one of the parameters in this neutrino matrix, the so-called θ13 parameter, if it is not too small, then we have the potential of making a discovery in that we can address the mass hierarchy problem. For instance, there are 3 leptonic eigenstates and there are 3 mass eigenstates. That is what we now believe based on the experiments that we have done. And not we have done, I mean the community has done. And so this it is known from the understanding of the solar neutrinos that M2 is greater than M1. But whether M3 is greater than M1, M2, by the way, M3, M1, M2, that difference is very large. So M3 could be either above M1, M2 or it could be below. And so this is the so-called normal hierarchy in which M1, M2, M3, or you could have an inverted hierarchy in which M3 is the lowest and M1, M2. So we could address this problem. We could in fact make a discovery there if θ13 is small. So that there is a small risk involved, but that's how it goes in physics. I mean, you can never tell how nature behaves. You can't order nature to behave the way we want it to.
So, if you considering the overall challenges that the neutrino physics poses to the scientific community, what is your advice to our youngsters who would like to pursue this, and what are the various avenues which are open to them, and what are the challenges which they should face?
I mean, I think if we get this underground laboratory going, there will be an exciting phase for the young people, because neutrino experiments, as you all know, are very long, drawn out experiments. I mean, even if we get permission tomorrow to build this laboratory, it will take at least another 8 years to get the whole of that project in place. That means to build the whole 50 kiloton iron calorimeter detector. 8, maybe it might overshoot to 10 years also. And then we will be making measurements. Of course, the measurements will start as soon as one of those modules is ready. But in order to take data, that will be another 5-6 years in the minimum, and it will go on for another 10 years. So that's a kind of 15 to 20 year project. So that's a good time for young people to enter this. Also, it will give them a hands-on experience of doing things, which is not very, common these days in the area of particle physics, at least in nuclear physics, because most of the particle physics experiments are nowadays done abroad. So it is only a very small component that you are making here and taking abroad. And also many students are probably involved in the data analysis, and so they haven't even seen detectors. And so this would be a very good experience for people to actually get into the thick of things and build detectors, test them, and see them working in a laboratory. That will give them I think.
So may I summarize by saying, it will be a great opportunity for the youngsters
Absolutely,
to get hands-on experience.
Yes,
and if they have a feel for experiments, it's the right opportunity and right time for them.
That's right. And this would be also a kind of frontline experiment. This is an experiment which other people are looking forward to.
Challenging.
We hope that we will be able to achieve that goal, and I think there is confidence all around that we are capable of it. Now, whether we deliver is, I hope we will be able to do it.
Can you also tell us something about the activities that you are currently involved in nuclear physics?
Okay. I am basically an experimental low energy nuclear physics, and my route to neutrino physics was through the experimental channel. I mean, there are experimental people needed for the neutrino project. However, my background in nuclear physics is mainly based on experiments that we have done at the Pelletron, the 14 MV Pelletron. It's a tandem accelerator which accelerates particles to typically about up to about 150 MeV. So at Bombay there is such a Pelletron. There is another Pelletron run by the universities, UGC, through the Nuclear Science Center, now called the Inter-University Accelerator Center at Delhi, and also the Accelerator Center at DEC. So I have done a few experiments in each of these places. I would, in the context of the astrophysics, nuclear astrophysics context, I would like to just mention that there is another very nice thing that happened a few years back, about maybe 7-8 years back, that there was a beryllium-7 radioactive ion beam facility which was developed in the country, and it was, I think, the best of its kind. Of course, I should say best of its kind, because there were other radioactive ion beam facilities in the world, and we were not the first in doing that. But I think with whatever facilities we had, one of the younger persons in the Nuclear Science Center had a nice idea of actually getting a beryllium-7 beam, and with the quality which is almost like the Pelletron beam quality. That means it had a size of 2 to 3 millimeters, it had an angle divergence of about a degree, and that kind of quality that did not exist anywhere in the world. I think even to this day, probably, except for now, the ISOL facilities would give this kind of beam. But at that time, this was, I think, a unique facility. So we did one experiment there. It was a joint proposal by the person who developed this beam, a person called J.J. Das, and myself, and then we had a team of a few 7-8 people. We did this experiment to measure the S17, which is the proton plus beryllium-7 going to gamma plus boron-8. That's one of the key reactions which produces boron-8, and which in fact the boron-8 decay gives you the high energy part of the spectrum, which was important in the neutrino context, the solar neutrino problem, for instance. So we made an indirect measurement of that. We made a measurement of the using a beryllium-7 beam on a deuterium target. We measured the beryllium-7 DN cross section, and that's actually a strong process, but it tells you about the wave function of the proton in the boron-8. And so once you know the wave function, then you can calculate the P gamma rate in beryllium-7. So this was an indirect measurement, but the measurement was not so much important from the measurement of the S17 itself, although it did resolve some of the not anomalies, I should say, the inconsistencies in the measurement. Some people were claiming that the indirect measurement does not give you the correct S17 factor. We showed that if you do a proper analysis, you measure also other data like elastic scattering data and so on, then we were consistent with the direct measurements, which is the direct beryllium-7 P gamma measurement. But more importantly, once we showed that this technique works, this technique could be used for the measurement of S factors, P gamma or alpha gamma factors, of other beams, other radioactive beams, where the half-life of the radioactive species itself is very short. In the case of beryllium-7, the half-life is of the order of 50 days or so. So you can actually make that target and then shoot a proton beam on it, and that decays only after 50 days. Half of it becomes half of decays only 50 days later. So that's a nice target. But there are cases which where you have decays of the order of milliseconds or microseconds decays or seconds decays. Then you can't make that target and repair it and put it across the beam. So in those cases, such an indirect measurement would be useful. This is not a very precise measurement, but it gives you a first idea to the 10-15% level. So I think that we showed, and I think since that was it was done in India, I think I'm rather happy about it.
So what was the challenging part of that experiment there?
The challenging part, I think, was done by this young colleague.
Okay.
He actually produced the 7 beryllium beam of that quality. That was the most important.
Okay.
The experiment was an offshoot of that, and of course it required some care and so on, but we could do that. But I think the real credit goes to this young person.
How much is the current for that which you
No, this was done with very few particles. This was not done, this was done with about a few thousand particles per second.
So it's extremely
as opposed to typical stable beam experiments which are done with nanoampere current, which means of the order of 10 to the 10 particles per second.
Enormously large.
So you have to have a detector with very good efficiency, and you have to do a careful job on that. But of course, in this case, we could do it because the DN cross section is a strong, is mediated by the strong interaction.
Okay.
So there are, the cross section is of the order of tens of millibarns per steradian, as opposed to P gamma cross section,
that's quite high,
which is very low. If you go to very sub-barrier energies,
yes,
it could be as low as picobarns, whereas this one is millibarns.
Okay.
But the trick there is that you do this measurement, which is quick and rough, and then you use that information to calculate the P gamma cross section.
Now coming back to again neutrino problem,
Yeah.
what is the international scenario on that? How are the various laboratories?
Now there are, several labs which have all got excited by this, the fact that the neutrinos tell us something beyond the standard model. So there are very many experiments, some very large scale experiments, to look at these neutrino oscillations with much better precision. So one of the experiments which will start shortly is the so-called T2K experiment, which shoots muon neutrinos at super Kamiokande detector. So they will look at these, and since they have a new machine in J Park which produces proton beams of rather large currents, so they can produce a very intense beam of mu, and they will look at this oscillation. They will look at both the flavor changing part as well as so they will look at so-called survival, part that the mu survives to remain mu, or that it oscillates into a nu E. So they will look at the appearance. So they will do both appearance and disappearance experiments. That is one. But there are also other experiments, like not directly to do with neutrino oscillations, namely the so-called neutrino-less double beta decay experiments. Yes. So they are also the large number of groups which are attempting that. There is one experiment which has claimed to have observed already neutrino-less double beta decay in 76 germanium, using germanium detectors, which are very high resolution detectors. And not only that, they have used enriched 76 germanium detectors with some 86% enrichment, and they have the first evidence. Of course, there is some people doubt that the result. Nevertheless, that has excited many people, and there are at least about more than half a dozen, maybe half a dozen to a dozen experiments or planned projects. The closest is so-called QRChino, which is now graduating into a QR project, which is a cryogenic bolometer experiment on tellurium 130. So they have just reached the sensitivity of that germanium 76 experiment. Of course, they don't find any evidence for that yet, but that could be also because of differences in nuclear matrix elements, which play a role here. So, but they will improve that sensitivity by about an order of magnitude at least, and they will then be able to address this issue. On a small way, we have also started some R&D towards making a neutrino-less double beta decay detector at the Tata Institute. It's also a collaboration between Tata Institute, Kharagpur IIT, BRC, and so on, a few other institutes. And we hope to look for the first phase. Of course, we can only go step by step. We will try to build a small tin cryogenic bolometer. If we succeed in doing that, then we would like to build a bigger one, and then take it to perhaps this underground laboratory that we are building for the neutrino observatory.
So, in summary, we can say that both within India and outside, there are very many challenging opportunities for the physicists who want to continue neutrino physics.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Am I right in saying that?
That's right, absolutely.
And I am sure that you will help in all possible ways the youngsters get the...
Oh yeah, not only me, there are many other people who will also be most willing to help. We need young people, and we need people with motivation. Right. And I think there are great opportunities.
Thank you, Vivek, for your excellent introduction to the field.
Welcome to the session on Romanesque art. Unlike the terms like Greek, Egyptian or Byzantine, which all refer to specific geographical and political locations, the term Romanesque hardly gives us a clue in that direction. Romanesque literally means
in the Roman manner or Roman-like. It implies that Romanesque art shaped itself by borrowing heavily from the classical Roman art. Romanesque art in this sense followed the same fold of early Christian and Byzantine art. That apart, it also followed the Carolingian, Ottonian and Islamic traditions as well. This assimilation makes it a very distinct artistic phenomenon. The Carolingian and Ottonian suzerainty looked at art as the manifestations of cultural and political programs of the royal courts. Romanesque art, on the contrary, developed as a popular expression that proliferated all over Western Europe in 11th and 12th centuries in a variety of regional styles, yet they are interrelated. This dual nature but comes to lend it a coherent style which in fact was a resultant of many historical factors. We will have a cursory look into some of the most important historical developments that shaped the flowering of the Romanesque art. During the 10th century, there were endless troubles of the terror, endless disasters of various kinds, and a famine resulting from the frequent invasions of the Normans and the Magyars. However, at the same time, there was also an ever increasing spirit of Christianity in Europe in the same century. Christianity was close to win over everywhere in Europe against the pagans. This triumph of Christianity had forced the entire Europe to live under extreme fear of the prophetic end of the world, which was believed to occur in the year 1000 AD as laid down in the Bible. But as we know well, the year 1000 had a smooth passing without the apocalyptic end. Those who feared the dreaded days did not begin to disbelieve what their holy book says. On the contrary, they were left with great relief and a heightened spirituality. This intense religious spirit had an immediate expression. A large number of people set on pilgrimages to visit sacred sites at far distant places, and its violent expression was increasingly felt in the unrepeated holy wars, better known as crusades. Christianity against Islam to drive out the latter from the holy land of Jerusalem, the central place in the life of Christ. The heightened religious zeal further demonstrated itself in the sudden increase in the number and size of monasteries, which largely came to characterize the medieval life. Apart from this religious fervor, we must bear in mind that a peculiar economic and political system of the period had played an equally important role in contributing to the Romanesque art. At the end of the early medieval period, Europe largely remained to be an agrarian society with the existence of feudalism, particularly in France and Germany. As a result, there was no centralized political authority in which king did not rule but led military in the war. At the same time, there was no military under the king's possession, but it was provided in the time of war because the land-owning lords granted some of their property to knights, mostly to cavalry officers. In return for these fiefs or feuds, as the granted lands were called, the knights provided military services to their lords. This was operative on a complex system of personal bonds called vassalage, which extended all the way back to the king. In the bottom level of this pyramidal system, there were a large number of powerless peasants called serfs who worked in the land. In this feudal system, not the king but the great landowner rules as king, as independent territorial lord. Hailing from the important positions in the army and in the ecclesiastical hierarchy, the independent landlords constituted a master class threatening the wealth and power of kings. Of this new master class, bishops and monks of monasteries came to rule political authority that finally led Pope to emerge as a unifying force throughout Europe. It is this political and economic system embedded in feudalism that caused Pope to call for crusades. Because the church held more land than any single lay ruler. Some bishops were great feudal lords, and many bishops and abbots were members of ruling families. So much so that the army of crusades was astonishingly larger than a political ruler could have raised. The period also witnessed great technological advances in agriculture. The increased efficiency of milling machinery and better iron plows that dug deeper furrows stimulated the farmers to produce more foods than what was required for home consumption. It demanded new openings of markets to sell out the excess. New trade routes were thus treaded, linking Europe commercially and culturally, stimulating the revival of urban life against the ruralization of culture of the past, in which life was more concentrated on villages. Keeping pace with these developments, the masonry techniques were improved with the introduction of better tools such as saws to cut huge stones required by the new experiments in architecture. The huge imposing structures that characteristically punctuated the landscape of the period were made of well-cut, straight-edged stone blocks shaped by the newly developed saws. Architecture. The Romanesque architecture was generally erected on the model of Roman basilicas. The ground plan was usually the same, with a central nave leading to apse and two aisles at the side. Sometimes this simple plan was enriched by a number of additions. The general impression of the Romanesque church is nevertheless very different. With a few decorations and a few windows built on firm, unbroken walls in huge stone blocks, the Romanesque architecture evokes a sense of massive strength. However, in the beginning, the Roman engineering technique in constructing roof with timber continued, as in the case of the church at Pisa. But it was later given up, since it was felt it devoid of grandeur to the impressive stone buildings. Moreover, there was practical reason to leave it. The timber roof was dangerous, as they caught fire in many a time during the political troubles of the 9th and the 10th centuries. This had forced the period to engage in ceaseless experiments with new roofing techniques in stone. Colossal pillars were thus erected to rebuild the Roman basilicas on both sides of the nave to make them strong enough to carry the great weight of heavy stone blocks used for walls spanning the nave. It required tremendous physical labor and meticulous calculation and caution. Norman architects of England therefore gave up this Herculean task of raising the early tunnel vault. Instead, they treaded a new path. Seeking the new technical possibilities, the Norman architects replaced the heavy tunnel vaults with a number of firm arches spanning the whole distance of the nave. This was done with multiple arches or ribs spanning crosswise between the pillars on either side of the nave. The triangular space left between the ribs was filled in with lighter materials. This technique came to be known as rib vault, was soon to revolutionize the conventional idea of architecture, and its introduction can be traced as far as the Norman Cathedral of Durham. Sculpture. There had been a pronounced absence of production of large-scale carvings in stone everywhere in Europe during the long period between 5th to 10th century. Now, perhaps responding to the innovative impulses in the stone architectural activities, stone carvings increasingly appeared in the Romanesque church in central and southern France almost simultaneously, like a spontaneous flowering after a long winter. Still, it strikes a different chord in many terms. Unlike the Greco-Roman traditions, the field where Romanesque sculptures appear is reduced to the columns or capitals of the church interiors and to the space adjacent to the main exterior entrance of the church. Again, we must note that the basic idea that shaped the Romanesque sculptures was not to decorate the stone edifice. Rather, the sculptures were sought to serve certain definite function rooted in the idea of conveying messages hailing from the Bible. The field above the lintel of the main entrance of the church, consisting of large semicircular relief, is a hallmark of Romanesque portal. Tympanum, as it is usually called, had probably derived from the lunette of the Byzantine murals. Tympanum has further carvings on its jambs. It set itself as an inevitable architectonic form by 1100. Let us have a look at the narrative content and significance of the tympanum reliefs with a few examples. More often than not, Christ is shown looming large in the center of the tympanum with many figures on either side of him in a strangely smaller size, and the narrative is recurrently associated with the Last Judgment or related themes. One of the most striking examples stems from the west portal of the Cathedral of Saint Lazarus, Autun in central France. The relief is signed by Gislebertus, one of the few Romanesque sculptors to name. It implies that he was an exceptional master whose artistic brilliance was recognized in his own time. Carved in c. 1135, the relief represents the Last Judgment as described in the Gospel of St. Matthew. An awesome figure of the enthroned Christ towers above a world that is densely populated by tiny figures. On his left are shown the souls of the dead sinners being weighed in the balance in order to gauge the amount of their sin. On his right and in the lintel below are the blessed souls rising excitedly and fearfully from the tombs. They are welcomed by Saint Peter to the heaven with a huge key, while the damned on his left are pulled into hell by heinous devils. There are some more terrible scenes. The miser weighed down with his money bags, the adulteress with snakes gnawing at her breast, and the screaming souls gripped by giant pair of claws appearing from nowhere. Above them are Archangel Michael, with souls clinging to his coat tails for protection, is weighing a soul. A hideous devil opposite him tries to tilt the balance in his favor, and a small devil sits on a scale to weigh it down. In another part of this large composition of cataclysm, scholars have identified two figures of pilgrims among the saved. One wearing the cockleshell badge, the symbol of St. James, to imply that he has been redeemed by his pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela, a famous pilgrim church in Spain devoted to St. James. Other wearing an image of cross to indicate the spiritual reward he received for a visit to the Holy Land of Jerusalem. We can now shift our focus on another example of a plethora of carvings. It hails from the tympanum of the pilgrimage church at Vazelay, constructed by Cluniac order. Here too, Christ in central axis is seated in majesty. Traditionally confined to mosaics and murals in the apse, the theme was now brought down to the laity in three-dimensional carving. Carved around the year 1125, it represents Christ as Pentecost, with the fires of the Holy Spirit radiating down to the apostles from the outstretched hands of the Christ. It is meant to suggest that he sends forth apostles with gospel books on their mission to convert the pagan, heal the sick, and cast out devils from the possessed. All of them are shown in the lintel and the inner archivolt. On the semicircle of the outer archivolt, there are figures of men engaged in the labors of the months and also the signs of the zodiac, signifying Christ's rule over the cycle of the year. Among the many small figures of the unregenerate, there are men with heads of dogs and men with wing-like ears as inhabitants of distant lands. This Cluniac pilgrimage church at Vézelay had attracted thousands of pilgrims because it was believed that it preserved the relics of Saint Mary Magdalene. Another interesting piece of carving is the portrayal of Eve, which was originally part of the north portal of St. Lazarus Cathedral, Autun, mentioned earlier. As we know, she is an image of original sin. In her depiction, the artist Gislebertus arranged the body in an arbitrary way. Her torso is turned frontal while the head is in profile view so that her sensuality could be better expressed. In the same vein, we must note that her sex is skillfully concealed by exploiting a tree or plant in the garden. Her right hand is raised to her cheek in a gesture of shame, but the left hand still continues to pick the forbidden fruit. A pictured couple of Adam and Eve as victims of original sin is another marvelous expression of Romanesque art. Like the Last Judgment, original sin as the battle of good and bad was a favorite theme of the period. This thematic preoccupation of the Romanesque art seeks to convey a central idea that there are only two roads before human world. One leads to heaven and the other to hell. Christ, in the central axis of the tympanum, therefore comes to divide the good from the evil, the blessed from the damned. Apart from that, it is more intriguing to note that such division is rendered with specific emotions of horror and tenderness with dramatic intensity. Painted in brilliant colors, these terrible images were made to put them into the view of the pilgrims and the common faithful who crowded these churches round the year. Living in a world which runs through a surfeit of images of various kind, it would be difficult for us to imagine what impact these images of endless terror and eternal bliss would have made upon the medieval mind. However, we have some glimpses capturing the visual experience that these apocalyptic visions had exerted on their beholders. We have moving verse written by a late medieval French poet, François Villon, referring to such images of Romanesque facade. I am a woman, poor and old, quite ignorant. I cannot read. They showed me by my village church a painted paradise with harps, and hell where the damned souls are boiled. One gives me joy, the other frightens me. As Arnold Hauser says that to intimidate men's mind, art could have devised no more effective method than these images which are recurrent in Romanesque stone carvings and paintings. Manuscript illumination. In the reliefs discussed so far, we can observe that the classical sense of form was given no room, Rather, they distort the sense of reality by eliminating the volume of form and depth space. Extremely slender and emaciated body consumed by the fire of faith predominates the visual field. However, it was not a new beginning but originated from the late Byzantine art and continued with unprecedented stress on the ethereal appearance along with a calligraphic swirl of drapery in certain instances. Whatever it may be, such stylistic ordering has parallels in mural paintings and book illuminations of the period. One of their finest manifestations with regard to mural hails from the apse of the chapel of Berzé-la-Ville in Burgundy of early 12th century. Apse and dome of this Cluniac church are predominated by a large painted image of Christ in majesty, framed in mandola. He is flanked by apostles with a considerable emphasis on Saint Peter, who is shown receiving a scroll from his Lord with huge key on his other hand. Because the Cluny had devoted itself to Saint Peter, Cluny's foundation charter states that the church is answerable only to Rome and Pope, the heir to Peter's throne. The elongated bodies and delicacy of lines and brilliance of colors contribute to animate the whole composition. Christ in majesty was very much a conventional theme in the apse for centuries. But what makes the Romanesque period different with the same image is that from the abode of the apse it brought it down to the stone carvings of the church partials. Similar depictions are recurrent in the book illuminations as well. A page from the illuminated Bible of an important monastery of Stavelot in Belgium of late 11th century comes to serve as an interesting example. The way the body is draped across is discernibly graceful by virtue of firm, rhythmic lines which shows the sure hand of the artist. Framed in an altered mandola, here too Christ is surrounded by apostles but in symbolic forms. The angel for Saint Matthew, the eagle for Saint John, the lion for Saint Mark, and the ox for Saint Luke. It may be noted in this context that there is a translation of the same idea in stone carving in the tympanum of a church in southern France of late 12th century. The preponderance of the theme of majesty accounts for certain interest that the period had encoded in it. Look at the figure showing an illuminated manuscript of Annunciation of the mid-12th century. The two figures look almost stiff and vertical. The Virgin is shown frontal with raised hands in astonishment as the angel Gabriel appeared all of a sudden before her. The dove of Holy Spirit descends on the Virgin from sky. The angel is shown in profile but the wings frontal. The figures are set against flat neutral background that is entirely devoid of any suggestion to the locality where the event is taking place. Its void of natural resemblance to form and space is not to be looked at as a demerit, rather it is a merit which lends a great deal a ring of mystery to the imagined world of a mythic past. The arbitrary arrangement of figures, the rhythmic lines and the damp-fold drapery and all are effective devices to obtain the desired spiritual air. Some of the most striking imaginative ventures in the book illuminations of the period are to be seen in the decorated initials. Variety of animal and floral motifs more often appear intertwined with human figures and the narratives which is hardly so in stone carvings and murals. Such initials were handled with special wit and astonishing skill. The world of flora and fauna that inhabit the initial usually covered the chunk of the page. Such importance given to animal or floral world nevertheless cannot be accounted for any specific biblical narratives or religious connotations. A few scholars have interpreted them as the products of sheer fancies and follies, reflections of a new secular and worldly impulse in medieval life. Sometimes the subject matter of the initial illustrates the adjoining text, sometimes their fiercely twisting shapes convey only a general sense of struggle and confrontation akin to the heroic conflict of the saints' triumph over the forces of evil. The medieval manuscript tradition reached a high point in the 12th century. The emergence of numerous churches and monasteries had resulted into an unprecedented demand for books for the private reading of monks, and the giant illustrated Bible for reading aloud in the church. The Great Bible, illuminated by Master Hugo for the Abbey of Bury, St. Edmunds in about 1135, comes to serve as an important example in this regard. Figures are clothed in damp-fold drapery with firm outlines, strong colors with expressive gestures and intense gaze. Originated from the Norman scriptoria in England, this style by the mid-12th century became typical of the international language of Romanesque painting. Master Hugo's Byzantine style counts as one of the finest manifestations of a deep-felt and widespread Byzantine influence on Western Europe during the 12th century. Now let's summarize. Byzantine imageries continue to exert its influence on the art of the medieval Europe with some specific stylistic features of its own, which is identified as Romanesque, meaning in the Roman manner. Feudalism, monasticism, crusades, revival of urban culture, new opening of market, etc. had linked Europe with new trade routes. All these developments evoked tremendous amount of experimental spirit that revolutionized the mode of production in agriculture and architecture. A corresponding expression was strongly felt in the field of sculpture and painting. The images of the period are, however, striking with their dramatic expression of endless terror and eternal bliss associated with the apocalyptic vision of the world. Here are some questions for you. Romanesque architectures are generally huge and heavy with a few windows and doors. Why? Next, what could be the possible reasons for the recurrent choice of the subject like the Last Judgment in the sculptures of the Romanesque period? What was monasticism? How did it influence Romanesque art? Books for reference. Mayer Shapiro, The Romanesque Art, Selected Papers, George Brasiler, 1993. Georges Duby, Art and Society in the Middle Ages, Polity Press, Cambridge, 2000. Hugh Honor and John Fleming, The Visual Arts, A History, Prentice Hall Inc., Englewood Cliffs, NJ, 1984. E. H. Gombrich, The Story of Art, Phaidon Press, London. Penelope J. Davis, Walter B. Denny et al., Jansen's History of Art, The Western Tradition, 7th edition, Prentice Hall, NJ, 2007. Paul Grossley, The Early Middle Ages, in Dennis Hooker edited History of Western Art, Pippit Press, Box Tree Limited, London, 1994. Now we conclude this session. We'll meet again for another session. Till then, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on adolescence. The term adolescence comes from the Latin word adolescere, means to grow or to grow maturity. The term adolescence has a broader meaning. It includes mental, emotional and social maturity as well as physical maturity. This point of view has been expressed by Piaget when he said, psychologically, adolescence is the age when the individual becomes integrated into the society of adults, the age when the child no longer feels that he is below the level of his elders but equal, at least in rights. This integration into adult society has many affective aspects, more or less linked with puberty. It also includes very profound intellectual changes. These intellectual transformations, typical of the adolescent's thinking, enable him not only to achieve his integration into the social relationships of adults, which is in fact the most general characteristic of this period of development. Early adolescence from 12 to 14 years. Early adolescence is a contradictory phase. It is a phase when the child is not yet mature and at the same time she is no longer a child. They insist that they have grown up enough to be independent while parents do not provide them much freedom. This is a time the youngster finds the drastic physical changes as a source of irritation. Some who are physically not well grown feel somewhat inferior to others. There is a fear that they may remain short and small and become the target of ridicule of the peers. There is a lot of confusion, hesitation and a search for one's own real identity. This arises due to the fact that though physically they look like an adult, mentally they are still children. Parents and elders treat them at one time as a grown-up and at other time as a child. This causes problems in identity as to who am I and what am I, etc. Adolescence is a time when all of a sudden the world starts looking different. The youngster faces considerable competition. The sheer innocence of friendship is lost. Several new kinds of fantasies beyond the fun start taking a toll on the mind of the youngster. This is a time when the individual needs understanding parents. This is the time in their life when they start thinking about their future. Middle adolescence from 14 to 17 years. Middle adolescence is a phase when a child is on the road to transformation. There are lots of changes that occur, be it physical, mental, cognitive or sexual. While most of the girls cross their puberty stage, boys are still on the road of maturing physically. It is that time of life when the young individual is most concerned about one's look, body and appearance. Middle adolescence is a time when the teenagers are developing their unique personality and opinions. Friends play a pivotal role during these years. Young teenagers take great care to maintain their identity in the peer group. Competitiveness also becomes a major priority in the life of middle teens. Many of them try to analyze the experiences they are going through and try to understand their inner turbulence by writing diaries and journals. Remember, middle teens are more capable of setting goals. However, the goals they set are often too high and as a result are unable to reach the goal and feel frustrated and disappointed. Withdrawal from the parents is also one of the key characteristics found in children of this age. That is, they reduce their dependency on their parents and try to take decisions for themselves. Late adolescence from 17 to 19 years. A late adolescent is closer to adulthood and the youngster develops a firm identity and more stable interests. Soon to be adults, they attain greater emotional stability and have a more developed sense of humor. They are able to delay their gratifications of their desires and are able to think ideas through. They learn to express their feelings in words, compromise and make independent decisions. Unlike the earlier stages of childhood, late adolescents show greater concern for others. They become more self-reliant and take pride in their work. They start finalizing their thoughts about their role they want to play in their lives and become more concerned about their future. Physical development. Adolescence is characterized by dramatic physical changes, moving the individual from childhood into physical maturity. Teenagers experience some physical milestones as they move from childhood to adolescence. Normal growth during adolescence includes both an increase in body size and sexual maturation. The timing and the speed with which these changes occur vary and are affected by both heredity and environment. During adolescence, boys and girls reach adult height and weight. Early prepubescent changes are noted with the appearance of secondary sexual characteristics. Adolescence is a time for growth spurts and pubertal changes. An adolescent may grow several inches in several months, followed by a period of very slow growth and then have another growth spurt. Changes with puberty may occur gradually, or several signs may become visible at the same time. There is a great amount of variation in the rate of changes that may occur. Some adolescents may experience these signs of maturity sooner and later than others. It is important to remember that these changes happen at different times for everyone. Being smaller or bigger than other girls or boys is normal, as each child experiences puberty at his or her own time. Sexual and other physical maturation occurs during puberty results from hormonal changes. As the adolescent nears puberty, the pituitary gland increases the secretion of a hormone called follicle stimulating hormone or FSH. This hormone then causes additional effects. In girls, FSH activates the ovaries to start producing estrogen. In boys, FSH causes sperm to develop. The following are the average ages when puberty changes may occur. For adolescent males, height 4 to 12 inches, age of puberty is 9.5 to 14 years. First pubertal changes. Enlargement of testicles. Penis enlargement begins approximately 1 year after the testicles begin enlarging. Appearance of pubic hair 13.5 years of age. Hair under the arms on the face, voice change 15 years of age. Nocturnal emissions or wet dreams 14 years of age. In boys, it is difficult to know exactly when he has reached puberty. There are changes that occur, but they occur gradually over a period of time rather than as a single event. The following are additional changes that may occur for the male as he experiences changes of puberty. His body size will increase, with the feet, arms, legs and arms sometimes growing faster than the rest of the body. This may cause the adolescent boy to experience a feeling of clumsiness. Some boys may get some swelling in the area of their breast as a result of the hormonal changes that are occurring. This is common among teenage boys and is usually a temporary condition. Voice changes may occur as the voice gets deeper. Sometimes the voice may crack during this time. This is temporary condition and will improve over time. Not only will hair begin to grow in the genital area, but males will also experience hair growth on their face, under their arms and on their legs. As the hormones of puberty increase, adolescents may experience an increase in oily skin and sweating. This is a normal part of growing. It is important to wash daily, including the face. As the penis enlarges, the adolescent male may begin to experience erections. This is when the penis becomes hard and erect because it is filled with blood. This is due to hormonal changes and may occur when the boy fantasizes about sexual things or for no reason at all. This is a normal occurrence. During puberty, the male sex organs begin producing sperm. Semen, which is composed of sperm and other bodily fluids, may be released during an erection. This is called ejaculation. Sometimes this may happen while the male is sleeping. This is called nocturnal emissions or wet dreams. This is a common part of puberty and will stop as the male gets older. Adolescent females. Height may increase 2 to 10 inches. Age of puberty is from 8 to 13 years of age. First pubertal changes, breast development. Pubic hair development happens shortly after breast development. Hair under the arms appears in 12 years of age. Menstrual periods from 10 to 16.5 years of age. Girls experience puberty as a sequence of events, but their pubertal changes usually begin before boys of the same age. Each girl is different and may progress through these changes differently. The following are additional changes that may occur for the females as she experiences the changes of puberty. There may be an increase in hair growth not only the pubic area but also under the arms and on the legs. The female's body shape will also begin to change. There may be not only an increase in height and weight, but the hips may get wider. There may also be an increase in fat in the buttocks, legs and stomach. These are normal changes that may occur during puberty. Her body size will increase with the feet, arms, legs and hands beginning to grow in advance of the body. This may cause the adolescent girl to experience a time of feeling clumsy. As the hormones of puberty increase, adolescents may experience an increase in oily skin and sweating. Adolescent girls will also experience menstruation or menstrual periods. This begins when the body releases an egg from the ovaries. If the egg is fertilized with a sperm from a male, it will grow into a baby inside the uterus. If the egg is not fertilized, the endometrial lining of the uterus is not needed and is shed through the vagina as fluid. The fluids are bloody and are usually released monthly. After a girl begins to menstruate, she is able to get pregnant. Emotionality and social changes. Emotionality during adolescence. Traditionally, adolescence has been thought of as a period of stress and storm, a time of heightened emotional tension resulting from the physical and glandular changes that are taking place. While it is true that growth continues through the early years of adolescence, it does so at a progressively slower rate. What growth is taking place is primarily a completion of the pattern already set at puberty. It is necessary, therefore, to look for other explanations of the emotional tension so characteristic of this age. The explanations are to be found in the social conditions that surround the adolescent of today. Adolescent emotionality can be attributed mainly to the fact that boys and girls come under social pressures and face new conditions for which they received little preparation during childhood. Most of them do experience emotional instability from time to time, which is a logical consequence of the necessity of making adjustments to new patterns of behavior and to new social expectations. For example, problems related to romance are very real at this time. While the romance is moving smoothly, adolescents are happy, but they become despondent when things begin to go wrong. While adolescent emotions are often intense, uncontrolled and seemingly irrational, there is generally an improvement in emotional behavior with each passing year. 14-year-olds are often irritable, are easily excited and explode emotionally instead of trying to control their feelings. 16-year-olds, by contrast, say they don't believe in worrying. Thus, the storm and stress of this period lessens as early adolescence draws to a close. Instead of having temper tantrums, however, Adolescents express their anger by sulking, refusing to speak, or loudly criticizing those who angered them. Adolescents also become envious those with more material possessions. While they may not complain and feel sorry for themselves as children do, they are likely to take a part-time job to earn money for the material possessions they crave, or even drop out of school to get these things. To achieve emotional maturity, adolescents must learn to get a perspective on situations which otherwise would lead to emotional reactions. They can do this best by discussing their problems with others. Their willingness to disclose their attitudes, feelings, and personal problems is influenced partly by how secure they feel in their social relationships, partly by how much they like the target person. If adolescents are to achieve emotional maturity, they must learn to use emotional catharsis to clear their systems of pent-up emotional energy. This they can do by strenuous physical exercise, in play or work, by laughing or by crying. Social changes during adolescence. One of the most difficult developmental tasks of adolescence relates to social adjustments. These adjustments must be made to members of the opposite sex in a relationship that never existed before, and to adults outside the family and school environments. Because of the increased peer group influence, adolescents spend most of their time outside the home with members of the peer group. It is understandable that peers would have a greater influence on adolescent attitudes, speech, interest, appearance, and behavior than the family has. Most adolescents, for example, discover that if they wear the same type of clothes as popular group members wear, their chances of acceptance are enhanced. Similarly, if members of the peer group experiment with alcohol, drugs, or tobacco, adolescents are likely to do the same, regardless of how they feel about these matters. Peer group is a major recreational outlet of the teenager. For all these reasons, it would seem of vital importance to the adolescent that his peer group contain a certain number of friends who can accept him and upon whom he can depend. The gangs of childhood gradually break up at puberty, and during early adolescence, as the individual's interests shift from the strenuous play activities of childhood to the less strenuous and more formal social activities of adolescence. In their place come new social groupings. The social groupings for boys, as a rule, are larger and more loosely knit, while those of girls are smaller and more sharply defined. Important characteristics of adolescence. Adolescence is an important period. While all periods in the lifespan are important, some are more important than others because of their immediate effects on attitudes and behavior, whereas others are significant because of their long-term effects. Adolescence is one of the periods when both the immediate effects and long-term effects are important. Some periods are important for their physical and some for their psychological effects. Adolescence is important for both. Accompanying these rapid and important physical developments, especially during the early adolescent period, rapid mental developments occur. These give rise to the need for mental adjustments and the necessity for establishing new attitudes, values, and interests. Adolescence is a transitional period. Transition does not mean a break with or change from what has gone before, but rather a passage from one stage of development to another. This means that what has happened before will leave its mark on what happens now and in the future. Children, when they go from childhood to adulthood, must put away childish things, and they must also learn new patterns of behavior and attitudes to replace those they have abandoned. However, it is important to realize that what happened earlier has left its mark and will influence these new patterns of behavior and attitudes. During any transitional period, the individual status is vague, and there is confusion about the roles the individual is expected to play. The adolescent at this time is neither a child nor an adult. If adolescents behave like children, they are told to act their age. If they try to act like an adult, they are often accused of being too big for their britches and are reproved for their attempts to act like adults. Adolescence is a period of change. The rate of change in attitudes and behavior during adolescence parallels the rate of physical change. During early adolescence, when physical changes are rapid, changes in attitudes and behavior are also rapid. As physical changes slow down, so do attitudinal and behavioral changes. There are 5 almost universal concomitants of the changes that occur during adolescence. The first is heightened emotionality, the intensity of which depends on the rate at which the physical and psychological changes are taking place. Because these changes normally occur more rapidly during early adolescence, heightened emotionality is generally more pronounced in early than in late adolescence. Second, the rapid changes that accompany sexual maturing make young adolescents unsure of themselves, of their capacities, and of their interests. They have strong feelings of instability, which are often intensified by the ambiguous treatment they receive from parents and teachers. Third, changes in their bodies, their interests, and in the roles the social group expects them to play create new problems. To young adolescents, these may seem more numerous and less easily solved than any they have had to face before. Until they have solved their problems to their satisfaction, they will be preoccupied with them and with themselves. Fourth, as interest and behavior patterns change, so do values. What was important to them as children seems less important to them now that they are near adults. For example, most adolescents no longer think that a large number of friends are a more important indication of popularity than friends of the type that are admired and respected by their peers. They now recognize quality as more important than quantity. Fifth, most adolescents are ambivalent about changes. While they want and demand independence, they often dread the responsibilities that go with independence and question their ability to cope with these responsibilities. Adolescence is a problem age. While every age has its problems, those of adolescence are often especially difficult for boys and girls to cope with. There are 2 reasons for this. First, throughout childhood, their problems were met and solved, in part at least, by parents and teachers. As a result, many adolescents are experienced in coping with problems alone. Second, because adolescents want to feel that they are independent, they demand the right of coping with their own problems, rebuffing attempts on the part of parents and teachers to help them. Period of identity crisis. Adolescence is a time of search for identity. It is known to be a period of explanatory self-analysis and self-evaluation, ideally culminating in the establishment of a cohesive and integrative sense of self or identity. This process involves the exploration and testing of alternative ideas, beliefs, and behaviors, marking this period as one of both dramatic change and uncertainty. Emmrc provided perhaps the most widely recognized theoretical framework for conceptualizing the transformation of the self during adolescence. This provides for the development of a sense of one's individuality, that is, self-awareness and continuity with significant others. Emmrc was the first major psychological theorist to develop the notion of an adolescent identity crisis. In his view, all of the earlier crystallizations of identity formed during childhood come into question during adolescence, with the overwhelming combination of physical changes, increased sex drive, expanded mental abilities, and increasing and conflicting social demands. To develop a sense of identity amidst the confusion, Emmrc stated, in Identity, Youth and Crisis that adolescents need to try on a variety of roles and must often test extremes before settling on a considered course. At this stage, adolescents often reject their parents and all that they stand for so that they can make a clean break from childhood as they attempt to form an identity of their own. Now you can try to answer the questions. What are the physical changes that occur during adolescence in both boys and girls separately? Explain identity crisis in adolescence. How can it be resolved? What are the emotional challenges faced by adolescents? What are the important social changes during adolescence? Why does the period of adolescence regarded as a period of storm and stress? What are the important characteristics of adolescence? How does Emmrc elucidate the concept of identity crisis? Hope that you may go through the reference books given here. Adolescent, emotional, behavioral and cognitive development from early adolescence through the teen years. Pruitt DMD, Harper Paperbacks, New York in the year 2000. Developmental Psychology, a Lifespan Approach by E.B. Hurlock, Tata McGraw-Hill Publishing Company Limited, New Delhi in the year 1997. Child and Adolescent Development for Educators by J.L. Meese, McGraw-Hill College, USA in the year 2004. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.
A.K. Ramanujan, in his essay 300 Ramayanas, 5 examples and 3 thoughts on translations, narrates a folk tale about Hanuman who reached Patala to find out the lost ring of Rama. The king of spirits who lives in the netherworld presents a number of rings in a special plate to Hanuman. Hanuman got confused because all those rings belonged to Rama. Seeing this, the king of spirits said, "There are as many Ramas as there are rings on this platter. Whenever an incarnation of Rama is about to be over, his ring falls down, I collect and keep them. Now you can go." Like the rings of Rama, there are innumerable Ramayanas. There are multiple texts of the Ramayana in the written as well as in the oral traditions. All these are tributary rivulets entering the great river of Ramayana. Wayanad in Kerala is abound with rich oral stories of Rama told by tribes like Adiyas, Kurichiyas, Mulluvakurmas and Wayanadan Chettis.
ഹലോ അതെ ആസീസാണ് എവിടുന്നാ വിളിക്കുന്നത്?
A few days ago, I had a phone call from Muttanga of Wayanad district. The call was from Ravuni Chetty, the leader of Wayanad Chetty community. He is the person who narrated to me a lot of stories of oral Ramayana during my research on different oral versions of Ramayana prevailing in Wayanad district. The Chettis of Wayanad believe that many stories of Ramayana are located in Wayanad. During the talk, he informed me of the temple festivals of Ponkudi and Alumkalam to be held on the very next day. Ponkudi and Alumkalam are 2 villages in Wayanad district. I have visited these places many times during my research days. On the invitation of Ravuni Chetty, I decided to attend the festival and visit the areas of Wayanad which I had visited during my research days. Alumkalam is an important center of worship to all classes like Wayanadan Chettis, Katunayakar, Paniyar and Mulluvakurmas. The tribal have a significant role in the festival held under this tree. They disguise as Lavakushas on the festival day. Each class of the tribal has its own belief and assumptions about Alumkalam. Many Dalit and tribal sects of Wayanad believe that many of the stories of Ramayana have taken place in Wayanad. As part of my research, I could collect a number of such oral stories. The interesting fact is that there are several places, not only in India, but in many parts of Asian countries also, that are supposed to be the locales of the same stories. What seemed most curious to me are the concepts and beliefs of Chettis in Wayanad. My next trip was to Ponkuri near Muttanga, which is so important according to their belief. It is believed here that goddess Sita, deserted by Sri Rama, finally reached Ponkuri.
ചെട്ടിസമുദായം പഴയ കാലത്ത് തന്നെ രാമനുമായിട്ട് പിന്നെ ത്രേതായുഗത്തിൽ തന്നെ ചെട്ടിമാരുമായിട്ടൊരു ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട അംഗങ്ങളാണ്. ഈ കാട് മുഴുവൻ ഈ ശ്രീരാമനും സീതയും പാദപ്രശ്നം ചെയ്ത സ്ഥലങ്ങളാണ്.
The Wayanadin Chettis and others believe that there was a monastery of Valmiki at Ponkuri, and it is heard that he uttered the first verse of Ramayana here. The local people here believe that the desolate goddess Sita, overwhelmed by grief, shed tears sitting under a tree. Those tears welled up and turned into lake of tears. This is holy water to the believers here. It is said that this lake covered by moss never dries up.
ശ്രീരാമനും പിന്നെ സീതയും ലവകുജന്മാരെല്ലാം കൂടി പൊൻകുഴിക്ക് യാത്രയായി. അങ്ങനെ പൊൻകുഴി വെച്ച് സീത പിന്നെ നേരത്തെ ഈ വനവാസം ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന സമയത്തിൽ സീത അവിടെ ഈ ദുഃഖം കൊണ്ട് നിവൃത്തിയില്ലാണ്ട് സീത കണ്ണീരിട്ടതായ സ്ഥലമാണ് അവിടെ ഈ പൊൻകുഴിയിലൊരു പിന്നെ കണ്ണീർ തടാകം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് തടാകമുണ്ട്.
Different beliefs are there on the lake of tears and other things. This is also a feature of orally narrated stories. According to the story, the desolate Sita was found by Munikumarins at Ponkuri and was taken to Valmiki Ashrama. During this journey, I could meet and renew friendship with many people who shared mythical stories at Ponkuri during my research days. My next trip is to Alumkalam, where I have visited many times before. This is a neighboring village of Ponkuri. Here the belief is that Alumkalam is the locale of Yagashva Bandhanam, a major one of the critical junctures in Valmiki Ramayana. This place remains as the same as I had witnessed in my research days. The myth prevailing here is so curious, and it goes like this. Sri Rama performed Ashwamedha Yagam after killing Ravana. The horse which was let loose reached Alumkalam, where lived Sita and Lavakushas. The horse was tethered on a tree by Lavakushas. They also defeated and captured Hanuman and his troop who followed the horse. Sri Rama, who reached the spot on the news, identified Sita and her children. The Alumkalam belief of this episode is that Yagashva was tied to this tree. The underneath of this tree is known as Lavakusha temple.
ക്ഷേത്രത്തിൻ്റെ ഈ വസ്തു കൂടി ആലങ്കളത്ത് കൂടി അശ്വം ഇങ്ങനെ വന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇതിൻ്റെ ചലമ്പടി കേട്ടിട്ട് ഈ ലവകുജന്മാർ പിന്നെ പിടിച്ചു കെട്ടി ഈ ആലങ്കളം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ക്ഷേത്രത്താണ് പിടിച്ചു കെട്ടിയത്.
Wayanad is very beautiful. Blue mountains seen everywhere. Beautiful valleys, wild animals wandering here and there, plantations of tea and coffee, beautiful streams, and images in the Emmrc caves, which are 2,500 years old. Wayanad has been an inhabited land since very ancient time. The people here prefer agriculture. Out of 36 tribal sects in Kerala, 12 are in Wayanad. 90% of the Paniya community, the largest sect of the tribal in Kerala, is living in Wayanad. They commonly make their living as coolies. The major sects of the tribals are Paniya, Adiya, Katunaika and Kuruma. Their language is prosperous and rich with vocabulary. They have different beliefs and rituals. I could collect oral versions of Ramayana from all these major sects. The oral literature of tribal is rich with oral stories and folk songs. It is very recently that many of their groups got opportunity to study in regular schools. Valliyurkav Temple Festival is the largest festival in Wayanad, and on the festival day, Paniya communities were sold in slave trade by the landlords and Jannis. The government banned it by law only in the early 1970s. They were paid only a meager wage for their back-breaking work in the fields and homestead. The wage was paddy. Even young children lived their life looking after domestic animals and engaging in light works in fields and homestead. In spite of such a life, they kept as a treasure their traditional knowledge and oral literary possessions across generations. They staged Ramayana stories within their eyeshot. These oral Ramayana stories are intertwined with the cultural, social and local features of Wayanad. According to them, Valmiki Maharshi, Rama and Sita do not belong to some unknown religion, but they are own neighbors among themselves. The world classic among Ramayanas is Valmiki Ramayana, authored by Valmiki. My next journey was to Munipara, which is supposed to be the hermitage of Valmiki. There are people who believe that Valmiki is still meditating inside this cave. Some people say they hear Ramanama from the cave. A lot of myths exist in Ashramam Kolli connecting the cave with Valmiki. Valmiki's ashrama is on the opposite side of the field where Munipara is situated. This village is called Ashramam Kolli. When I visited Valmiki Ashrama 10 years ago, Mr. Prabhakaran, known as Prabhakaretan, had shared with me some stories, and now he is no more. It is said that Sita gave birth to Lava at this ashrama of Ashramam Kolli. 2 flowers remain blossomed across seasons on the tree at Ashramam Courtyard. These flowers are attributed to the puja of Sita. The Valmiki Ashrama is thatched with grass every year by the neighboring tribal. There are several versions of Ramayana stories in and out of India, but there are not many Valmiki ashramas and hermitages. Then I went to Shashimala, which is believed to be the place where Valmiki taught Lavakusha archery. It is heard that Shashimala was earlier known as Shishumala. This name emerged from the concept of baby Lavakushas. We can see Lavakusha Kava and Sita Lavakusha temple here. Nowhere else in India is a cave named after Lavakusha known to exist. My next destination is Eriyapalli, located between Sultan Batheri and Pulpalli. Here is an ancestral home of the Chatti community. I have visited this ancestral house many times. During the stay of Sita and Lavakusha at Pulpalli, they visited this house and asked for drinking water. This is the myth here. It is also heard that this family, which was impoverished before their visit, turned prosperous after Lavakusha's words of blessing.
സീത ഈ കാട്ടിൽ വന്ന് പ്രസവം കഴിഞ്ഞു പിന്നെ ആശ്രമത്തിലാണ് അടുത്താണ് ആശ്രമത്തിലാണ് പ്രസവിച്ചത് ലവകുശന്മാരെ. അവിടുന്ന് പിന്നെ ഇവര് പിന്നെ ഈ കാട്ടുകൂടെ തന്നെ അന്ന് മുതൽ ഇവിടെ ചെറിയൊരു പുൽപ്പുര കെട്ടിയിട്ട് അമ്മയ്ക്കും മക്കൾക്കുമായിട്ട് അമ്മയെ അവിടെ ഇരുത്തി, സീതാദേവി അവിടെ ഇരുത്തി, പിന്നെ ലവകുശന്മാരെ ഇവിടെ ഇരുത്തി.
In the courtyard of the Chetty ancestral home at Eriapalli, there is a Sita temple, and on the other side of the field there is a Lavakusha temple. A lot of myths and beliefs exist around Lavakusha's visit at Eriapalli's ancestral house.
നമ്മളിവിടുത്തെ വെളിച്ചപ്പാടാണ്.
വെളിച്ചപ്പാടാണല്ലേ? നിങ്ങൾ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഇവിടെ
കെട്ടിയാടുന്നത്? ലവകുശന്മാരെ കെട്ടിയാടാണ്. രാത്രി ഇവിടെ അമ്മയുടെ വെളിച്ചപ്പാടും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ വഴിപാട് പണി സ്വീകരിക്കലുണ്ട്. സീതാദേവിയുടെ രാവിലെ അക്കരെ അവരുടെ മക്കളെ കൊണ്ടാടലും ഇതൊക്കെയാണ്.
What is peculiar about the Ramayana stories popular between Ponkudi and Pulpalli is that a single story has several versions. Pulpalli, Pul meaning grass and Palli meaning take rest, is supposed to be the place where Rama took rest on grass. Pulpalli is common in the stories shared by the Adiyar, Kurmas and Chettis of Wayanad. The temple is governed by the Munikans trust. Munikas mean Lavakushas. This temple has been referred by William Logan in the history of Parashi, who led the anti-British revolt. Sita Devi temple at Pulpalli has a significant place in the stories popular between Ponkudi and Pulpalli. Close to Pulpalli is situated Jadayattakava. This is where Sita is supposed to have gone Antardana, meaning underground. When Sita was sinking into the earth, Rama caught her by her hair, Jada, and it was cut off. This is the myth behind Jadayattakava.
അശ്വമേധ യാഗത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ശ്രീരാമൻ അയച്ച അശ്വത്തെ ലവകുശന്മാർ ഇവിടെ പിടിച്ചു കെട്ടിയിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ഇത് കണ്ട് ശ്രീരാമനും മറ്റു ഇവരൊക്കെ വന്ന് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ സീതാദേവിനെ കണ്ട് സന്തുഷ്ടയ ഒരു സന്ദർഭത്തിൽ സീതാദേവി എല്ലാം ത്യജിച്ച് ഭൂമിയിലേക്ക് അന്തർധാനം ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ടു എന്നാണ് ഐതിഹ്യം. അങ്ങനെ ഭൂമിയിലേക്ക് പോകുന്ന ശ്രീരാമന് സീതാദേവിയുടെ മുടി മാത്രമാണ് കിട്ടിയത്. അങ്ങനെ ജടയറ്റ അമ്മയായിട്ട് പിന്നെ കാലാന്തരം കൊണ്ട് ചേടാറ്റിലമ്മ എന്നുള്ള സങ്കല്പത്തിൽ ഇവിടെ.
Several legends exist around Jadayattakava. New stories are being made on the basis of this myth. The believers hold that Antardhanam took place inside this temple and its marks still remain here. The next place I visited is Tirunelli, which is known as the Kashi of the South. Tirunelli is a storehouse of myths. Tirunelli is the cradle of myths both among the elite and subaltern Hindus. Many of the myths exactly recreate the ancient legends in this locality. There is also a myth saying that Sri Rama visited Tirunelli temple for Ravana Nigraha on the instruction of Munis. It is heard that Brahmagiri hill seen behind this temple is the site of Brahma's yaga. According to the believers, the rivulet Papanashini is as holy as Ganga in the ancient legends. A bath in Papanashini will absolve one as in the case of holy Ganga of Kashi. Hindus believe that performing rituals here will cause the souls of the dead enter the heaven. According to the myth, Sri Rama, Lakshmana, Parashurama and even rishis have paid obeisance to forefathers known as Pitrakarma at Papanashini. Today, Papanashini dries up completely as the summer approaches. What makes me sad is the death of those who shared their stories and beliefs in my research days. The chief one among them is Matei, the leader of Adiya community at Trishlari. His contributions of the Adiya Ramayana has been included in my writing the Ramayana of Wayanad under the title Adiya Ramayana.
Inke Patana എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു പട്ടണമുണ്ട് ആ പട്ടണത്തിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോയി എൻകെ പട്ടണം ആ പട്ടണത്തിൽ ഇവിടുന്ന് രാമന്റെ അടുത്തിന് കൊണ്ടുപോയി കത്തിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുപോയി കഴിഞ്ഞു ലങ്കയിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോയി ലങ്കയിലെ പറയുള്ളൂ അപ്പൊ കത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോയി പോകുമ്പോഴേക്കും അവിടെ ചെന്നപ്പോ സീത പറഞ്ഞു 12 കൊല്ലം.
In the long saga narrated by Matei, the Ramayana story takes place completely in Wayanad district and the neighboring Coorg of Karnataka. The story is enacted by Adivasis. Moreover, it remarkably blends with the contemporary problems they undergo. In Matei's story, even Lanka is not very far off, rather only on the other side of a river. The most important feature of this oral Ramayana is that it is free from war. This story of abounding geography and scenery of Wayanad is characterized by Mallappa, Nenjappa and Siddappa, who are the gods and goddesses of Adiya tribal community. This is similar to Chandrabati Ramayana of Bengal, in which the local gods like Manasa, Banadurga, Sulapati, Sitala and Shasti appear in the story. Matei, who is illiterate and was slave for 30 years, has narrated not only Ramayana but also Mahabharata in his own way. The Ayodhya in the story of Matei is located at Irupur in Coorg. According to his story, it is to Irupur that Rama and his team returned from Wayanad. In Thailand, where Ramayana stories are very popular, there is the very place named Ayodhya. I remember my visit to Irupur with Matei in my research days. There is a palmeria tree inside Rameshwara temple. People of Irupur believe this tree to have grown from the hair-decorating Ashoka flower of Sita fallen down when Ravana was stealing her away. A number of Ashoka trees can be seen in the premise of Irupur temple. The famous fountain of Irupur is known as Lakshman Tirtha, which also carries many myths. Most of them are related to Lakshmana. Most oral traditions of Wayanad and Ramayana stories are related to Sita's forest dwelling and the period after that. These subaltern Ramayanas are not the exact copies of the Valmiki Ramayana. They undermine the conventionally heard version and connect the past and present by uprooting its time. Ramayana scholars and historians have observed different tellings of Ramayana stories which are popular in various parts of India and in many foreign countries. The Ramayana stories of Wayanad are such tellings.
Ramayana comes into existence at all times, whether in oral form or written form. India is not the only country where this happens. It is happening all over the Asian continent. A large number of communities have been energized by this creative interpretation of Ramayana. The process is continuing. The different texts of Ramayana are full of the elements of human experience, social varieties, and the lifestyle of the local people. they are capable of conversing with each individual and the world around. They are multiple voices from different contexts. They can reveal many a truth. In some, through the Rama stories, a new religio-cultural space is created for understanding the cultural pluralities of India.
In India and abroad, Ramayana is popular as a cultural text rather than a religious one. Just like the Hindus, Jains, Buddhists, Muslims, Dalits and Adivasis are more or less influenced by Ramayana stories. This is the epic literature spread outside India across countries such as China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Taiwan, Japan, Vietnam, Bhutan, Burma, Ceylon and Philippines. In this sense, Ramayana is more an Asian epic than an Indian one.
Hello, I'm Anita Ann Thomas. Welcome to today's session on Dictionary, Encyclopedia and Directory. Dictionary. Acquiring knowledge is considered as an art. Language learning by acquiring language skills is assuming great importance in learning. The dictionary is the most successful and significant book about language and one of the most commonly used reference sources in libraries. The term dictionary is derived from medieval Latin word dictionarium, which means a collection of words. It is originated from the term diction, which means words. It is a collection of words either of language or of special terms of a particular subject arranged in some definite order, usually alphabetical. Some entries are arranged in a classified order and presented in related groups. It gives alternative meaning of terms, pronunciation, spelling, syllabication, use, history or words, etc. Oxford Advanced Learner's Dictionary of Current English defines dictionary as a book that lists and explains the words of a language or gives translations of them in one or more other languages and is arranged in alphabetical order. Use of dictionary. It is used for finding out meanings of words and terms. It helps to trace origin, derivation and history of words. It helps to check pronunciation, spellings and syllabication of word. It gives dialect and correct usage of a word. It also helps to determine abbreviations, signs, symbols, synonyms, antonyms and homonyms, etc. Traditional dictionaries with electronic dictionaries. Language learning is intended to attain fluency in communication in the spoken and graphic form. There are various types of dictionaries like bilingual, monolingual, specialized, general dictionaries for children as well as dictionaries for adults. All dictionaries are compiled with the mission to provide maximum support in learning the language, which in turn helps in effective communication. The advent of information and communication technology made ripples in nook and corner of the society. The modes of information delivery and information retrieval were made easy through new technologies. Based on the mode of delivery, dictionaries can be divided into two categories: print or traditional dictionary and electronic dictionary. Print or traditional dictionaries. Dictionaries are classified into four based on their nature and scope of content. They are general, special, subject and translations. Let's discuss general dictionary. In general dictionary, subject coverage is not limited to a particular field. It contains the word meaning and their use. It deals with common words of a particular language. It is the most popular and readily used dictionaries. They may be classified into three groups according to their purpose, size and user's age. Based on purpose, it is divided into two. Prescriptive dictionary. Example, Samuel Johnson's Dictionary of the English Language. Descriptive dictionary. Example, Oxford English Dictionary, Webster's Third International Dictionary. Based on size, it's divided into three. Unabridged. Example, Oxford English Dictionary. Semi-abridged or desk. Example, New Shorter Oxford English Dictionary. Abridged or pocket. Example, Pocket Oxford English Dictionary of Current English. Based on user's age, it is divided into three. Children. Example, Oxford Illustrated Junior Dictionary. Junior. Example, Pocket Oxford English Dictionary of Current English. Adult. Example, Oxford English Dictionary. Let us move on to evaluate some important general dictionaries. Webster's Third New International Dictionary of the English Language. It was published by Merriam Springfield in 1961. It was first published in 1909, the second edition in 1934 and the third in 1961. It is the oldest and the most famous American dictionary. It is the only one true unabridged dictionary of English language. It provides spelling, syllabication, part of speech, etymology, definitions, inflections, capitalizations, pronunciations, labels, illustrative quotations, and some pictorial illustrations. It contains considerable amount of encyclopedic information too. The explanation of different typefaces and abbreviations are given in the introductory pages. The words are largely selected from science, mathematics and technology, and also from subjects like music, politics, sports, etc. Oxford English Dictionary or OED. It was edited by J.A.H. Murray and others and published by Calindron Press, Oxford in 1933 in 13 volumes. It is the most significant dictionary of English language. It is the most authoritative, complete, scholarly and famous English language dictionary. The first issue was published under the title New English Dictionary on Historical Principles in 10 volumes. There are more than 500,000 words and phrases supported by more than 500,000 quotations from general, literary, technical and other sources. It provides origin, history, meaning, pronunciation and grammatical information of words. All the entries are arranged in one alphabetical sequence. Its online version is also available. Other examples are Hindi Shabdasagar, Random House Dictionary of the English Language, Fung and Wagnall's New Standard Dictionary of the English Language. Special Dictionary. It deals with special aspects of words than general dictionary. On the basis of content and scope, it is divided into three. They are dictionaries covering specific linguistic aspects of the word, that is, punctuation, pronunciation, spelling, synonyms, antonyms, etymological and historical aspects. Dictionaries covering a special type or class of words, that is, slang, dialect words, obsolete words, new words, names, surnames, nicknames, crossword puzzles, anagrams, abbreviations, acronyms, signs and symbols. Dictionaries covering literary aspects, that is, quotations, proverbs, foreign terms, phrases, idioms, rhyming words, cliches and concordances. Let us evaluate some special dictionaries. Webster's New Dictionary of Synonyms. It was published by Merriam Springfield, Massachusetts, GNC in 1968. It consists of discriminated synonyms with antonyms and analogous words and contrasted words. All words are arranged alphabetically. Home Book of Quotations. It was compiled by Burton E. Stevenson and published by Dodd, Mead, New York in 1967. It consists of 7 lakh quotations and these are alphabetically arranged under topics A to Z. The sub-arrangement is by smaller topics as necessary. Under each small topic, further arrangement is alphabetically by author. Other examples are Roget's International Thesaurus and Bartlett's Unfamiliar Quotations. Subject Dictionary. Subject dictionary deals with the terms of a particular subject. It gives accurate description, definition and illustration to explain the terms. Some subject dictionary gives bibliographies of the specialist and addresses of the scientific institutions. On the basis of number of languages covered, subject dictionary can be categorized as unabridged or abridged, single volume or multi-volume, bilingual or multilingual. Some subject dictionaries are as follows. McGraw-Hill Dictionary of Scientific and Technical Terms. It was edited by Sybil P. Parker and published by McGraw-Hill, New York in 1984. It is an authoritative work in the field of science and technology. It provides 98,500 terms with 1,15,500 concise definitions on all fields of science and technology. There are almost 3,000 illustrations to explain and clarify the various definitions and also provides cross-references for synonyms, acronyms and abbreviations. Concise Dictionary of Physics Terms. It was published by J. Thewlis and published by Pergamon Press, Oxford in 1973. It consists of short definitions of terms. It covers physics proper and related subjects. Cross-reference entries are provided from individual terms to related terms. Other examples are ALA Glossary of Library and Information Science, Glossary of Chemical Terms. Next, Translating Dictionary. It does not define the words, but they give accurate equivalent words in one or more foreign languages. They provide pronunciation, parts of speech and genders so as to enable the learners to follow them easily. They are of two types: bilingual dictionaries and multilingual dictionaries. Next, Comprehensive English-Hindi Dictionary of Government and Educational Words and Phrases. It was compiled by Dr. Raghuvira and published by International Academy of Indian Culture, Nagpur in 1955. It provides technical terms and words in English and their equivalents in Hindi. It is very useful for office work. Comprehensive English-Hindi Dictionary. It was compiled by Hardev Bari in 1969, 2 volumes. It consists of more than 1 lakh English words and about 50,000 idioms and phrases. In the second edition, about 30,000 words, idioms and phrases were added. It provides meaning in Hindi and pronunciation of English words in Devanagari script. Technical and scientific terms were defined along with their subjects. It provides appendices which comprises of signs, symbols, Roman, Arabic and Hindi numerals, weights and measures, foreign exchange rates of various countries and their capitals, and many other features. Next, Bhargava's Standard Illustrated Dictionary of English Language, Anglo-Hindi. It was edited by R.C. Pathak and published by Bhargava Book Depot, Varanasi in 1970. It provides the meaning of English words in English and Hindi. It comprises of correct pronunciation in Devanagari script. It contains limited number of illustrations. Next, Electronic Dictionary. Electronic Dictionary is a machine-readable version of a standard dictionary organized alphabetically. The Electronic Dictionary can be subdivided into 3: Offline Dictionary, apps, Online Dictionary, CD-ROM Dictionary. Electronic Dictionary is widely used by the learners today because of its advantages over the traditional print dictionary. Advantages of Electronic Dictionary are portability, easy to use, save the time, enhance the receptive skill of the users with image, video and audio, tool for self-learning, easily updated with new words, and finally motivates the users through variety of activities and word games. Offline Dictionary. Offline Dictionary is an application of dictionary which can be installed on the electronic devices like mobiles, tablets, laptops, etc. The offline dictionary has the advantage of using without connecting the internet. Some of the dictionary apps are Merriam-Webster app, Dictionary.com Android app, the WordNet Dictionary application, English Dictionary Offline 2.3, QuickDic. Online Dictionary. Online Dictionary is a website portal which allows searching the word meaning, synonyms, example sentences, and many other activities related to the language learning. The online dictionaries also provide instant quizzes, word games to check our vocabulary and language proficiency. Online dictionary also uses audio, image, and animations to present the data, and it will enhance the receptive skill of the users. Some of the examples of online dictionaries are Cambridge Dictionary Online, dictionary.cambridge.org, Longman English Dictionary Online, www.ldoceonline.com, Merriam-Webster Dictionary and Thesaurus Online, www.merriam-webster.com, CD-ROM Dictionary. CD-ROM Dictionary is an electronic dictionary which works with the help of computer or laptop with CD drive. The CD-ROM Dictionary can be accompanied with the print dictionaries or can be purchased as single copy. Following are some of the examples of CD-ROM dictionary. The Oxford English Dictionary version 4.0, second edition on CD-ROM. Webster's third New International Dictionary, unabridged with CD-ROM. Oxford Students Dictionary, CD-ROM third edition. The dictionary is one of the most important ready reference sources of all times. The print as well as e-dictionaries help the language learners and library professionals for language learning and reference services respectively. It is the first source to be consulted for determining the meaning and definitions of words. The technological developments reduce the time gap for searching a word meaning or a word definition from millions of words. Let us now move on to discuss encyclopedia. The word encyclopedia is derived from the Greek word enkycleos paideia, which means general education. Encyclopedia is a book or set of books covering all branches of knowledge or particular branch of knowledge. It is a type of reference sources or compendium giving information on many subjects or on many aspects of one subject and alphabetically arranged. It is a storehouse of knowledge giving all information of significance. It provides an overview of various topics. It is used for finding out background information related to general topics, special fact, particular period, different point of view of topic, important bibliographies for both specialist and laymen. It is a work of reference covering either all fields of knowledge or one specific subject. Although most encyclopedias are alphabetical with cross-references, some are organized thematically with indexes to keep related subjects together. Use of encyclopedia. It provides concise, simplified and digested information about topic of inquiry. It provides essential background to the topic of inquiry. It provides valuable bibliographies which are appended to principal article. It gives all the viewpoint on a subject. It also provides ideas of a particular period. Let us now move on to study the types of encyclopedia. General encyclopedia. General encyclopedias cover a wide range of topics in the form of short articles written by knowledge experts. Due to the number of topics covered, the information contained in volumes has limited depth but gives enough information to provide key words and possible sources for further research. Historically, general encyclopedias were alphabetized and printed in multi-volume sets to be included in schools of all levels. More contemporary versions like Encyclopedia Britannica are available online and regularly updated by content experts. General encyclopedia is classified into different types such as based on format, coverage, users, age and language. They are as follows: Comprehensive multi-volume encyclopedia for adults, English language; Popular multi-volume encyclopedia for adults; Multi-volume encyclopedia for junior and children; 1 and 2 volume adult and junior encyclopedia; National and regional encyclopedia. Some general encyclopedias are as follows: Encyclopedia Americana. It is published by Grolier, New York in 30 volumes. It is a general encyclopedia which aims to serve a wide range of readers. It emphasizes American history, geography and biography. It consists of 55,000 articles, 40% of which are biographical accounts. All major articles have been provided with bibliographies, and in some cases bibliographies appended to minor subject also. It leads users to additional information. It is suitable for the adult users and not grade school students. The index of the Americana is detailed, analytical one and consists of 354,000 entries. It is highly useful to find out the relevant information from any of the volumes. It follows good revision policy and also brings out Americana Annual, which records major developments taken place every year. It follows alphabetical arrangements. A CD-ROM version of index is also available. Next is the New Encyclopedia Britannica. It is published by Chicago Encyclopedia Britannica Incorporation in 32 volumes. The first edition was published in 1768 in 3 volumes. In 1974, the 15th edition was published as the New Encyclopedia Britannica. It is the most scholarly and comprehensive general encyclopedia. It includes various bibliographies, maps and illustrations. It consists of 32 volumes and it has 3 parts, that is, Propoedia 1 volume, Micropedia 12 volumes, Macropedia 17 volumes and Index 2 volumes. Propoedia gives outline of knowledge and guide to Britannica. Micropedia gives ready reference on specific persons, places, things and ideas, and it is alphabetically arranged. It provides cross-references which link to the related topics. Macropedia leads to in-depth knowledge of references. Micropedia Index directs to Micropedia divisions and the lengthy articles of Macropedia. It is kept up to date with continuous revision. Next, Chambers Encyclopedia. It is published by the International Learning Systems Corporation, London. It is the major encyclopedia produced in England. The present edition was in 15 volumes. William Chambers was the chief editor. The list of contributors is given in the beginning of each volume. There are a number of cross-references and entries that are arranged under 30 major subject areas. The arrangement is alphabetical. Next one is Collier's Encyclopedia. It is published by Macmillan Educational Corporation, New York in 24 volumes. It is one of the leading English language encyclopedias. It provides information on more than 25,000 subjects written by authoritative persons. It is kept up to date with Collier Encyclopedia Yearbook. Next one is the New Columbia Encyclopedia. It was first published in 1935 and edited by William H. Harris and Judith S. Levy. It is published by New York Columbia Press. It is a valuable ready reference source. It consists of more than 50,000 articles, 66,000 cross-references, about 400 illustrations, maps and tables, and approximately 6.5 million words. The arrangement of articles is in alphabetical order with cross-references. Other examples are Funk and Wagnall's New Encyclopedia, the Oxford Encyclopedia of the Modern World, the Random House Encyclopedia. Next, Special Encyclopedia. Special Encyclopedia deals with specific field of knowledge. It is published for each discipline separately and is restricted to 1 or 2 volume sets which are handy to use. Hence, it is also known as subject encyclopedia. It is a ready reference aid for the specialists who want to trace information about a particular subject. It aims to serve subject specialist and explains the subject elaborately. It is a very good source to get accurate information on any subject and also provides background information in detail and gives articles to readers about the subject by making it interesting. McGraw-Hill Encyclopedia of Science and Technology. Sybil P. Parker is the editor-in-chief and published by McGraw-Hill Book Company, New York. It is an international reference source and it aims to serve the needs of all those who are interested in science and technology in this era. It was first published in 1960. It provides more accurate, more attractive and better organized format. It gives all important developments and achievements. International Encyclopedia of Social Science. It is published by Macmillan and Company and edited by David L. Sills. It provides information about rapid development of the social science throughout the world. It covers subjects such as economics, political science, geography, law, history, sociology, psychiatry, anthropology, and statistics. It consists of 3 types of indexes, that is, main alphabetical exhaustive index, alphabetical list of all articles, and classified list of articles. Encyclopedia of Library and Information Science. It is edited by Alan Kent and published by Marcel Decker, New York. It is the first expansive and standard encyclopedia in library and information science. It is highly useful to librarians, information scientists, bibliographers, documentalists, system analysts, researchers, and students in this field. The subject covered in this encyclopedia is related to only library science, covering full subject in 35 volumes. Volumes 36 to 42 are the supplement volumes which are published bi-yearly. Other examples are Encyclopedia of World Art, Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, and finally Encyclopedia of Mathematics. Encyclopedia is a very common and familiar reference source. It is the first source to be consulted for getting background knowledge of queries. It helps to find out information on subject in every field of knowledge. It provides systematic summary of all information significant to mankind. Hence, every library has reasonable collection of encyclopedias. Let us now move on to discuss directories. The word directory is derived from the Latin word directorium, which means alphabetical listing of inhabitants of a region. It is a book of directions. ALA Glossary of Library Terms defined directory as a list of persons, institutions or organizations systematically arranged, usually in alphabetical or classed order, giving addresses, affiliations, etc. for individuals and addresses, offices, functions, and similar data for organizations. The amount of information varies from one directory to another. It provides information about organizations or institutions of different kinds, covering learned bodies, scientific societies, professional bodies, trade associations, etc. For each, variety of information like names, addresses, list of office bearers, qualification of membership, etc. are included. It forms rich sources of bibliographical information. a reference librarian first consult directory to get information about persons, institutions, association and learned organization. Types of directories. Directories can be grouped into 5. They are local directories. It includes telephone directories, city directories and includes directories of local schools, clubs, theatres, etc. Government directories. This group include guides to post offices, army and navy posts and different services offered by federal, state and city governments. It also includes international agencies. Institutional directories. It consists of lists of schools, colleges, libraries, hospitals, museums, foundations and similar other organizations. Professional directories. It gives list of professional organizations like law, medicine, companies, etc. Trade and business directories. It lists out information about companies, industries and personal services. Let us now move on to evaluate some well-known directories. The World of Learning. It is published by Europa Publications, London. It gives information about educational institutions from all over the world. It is considered as outstanding reference source. It also guide to international, national scientific and cultural organizations. Under each country, it gives brief account of learned societies, research institutions, libraries, museums and details of universities in alphabetical order. It has detailed index of institutions at the end of the volume alphabetically. It is kept up to date by sending circular for each country to get feedback. Commonwealth Universities Yearbook, a directory to universities of the Commonwealth and the handbook of their association. It is published by Association of Commonwealth Universities London in 1914. It was formerly published under the title Yearbook of the Universities of the Empire. In 1948 to 1957, the title changed to the present title. It guides to 500 universities and institutions of Commonwealth and describes their various educational activities. The present edition has 2 volumes. Volume 1 gives details of councils of Commonwealth universities from Australia to Nigeria. Second volume gives details from Pakistan to Zimbabwe and also includes 4 appendixes such as ACU members of former Commonwealth countries, inter-university bodies, Commonwealth of Learning and Commonwealth Scholarship. It is revised every year. It provides 6 appendices and short bibliography. Directory of Special and Research Libraries in India. It is compiled by Indian Association of Special Libraries and Information Centres, Calcutta in 1985. It gives all the details about special and research libraries in India and it covers 173 libraries. Directory of Scientific Research Institutions in India. It is published by Indian National Scientific Documentation Centre, INSDOC, New Delhi, and now it is known as National Institute of Science, Communication and Information Resources, NISCARE. It provides information about all the scientific and research institutions in India and it covers only 2,231 institutions. Data collected by using questionnaire and some institutions' data taken from secondary sources. It has 3 types of index such as name index, subject index and index of periodical publications. Name index gives details about heads and divisional heads of institutions. Subject index gives details of research subject and facilities provided by each institution. Other examples are Directory of Indian Publishers and Distributors, Indian Library Directory, University's Handbook, Times of India Directory and Yearbook including Who is Who. Directory is a rich source of information and it varies in kinds, sizes and purposes. It may occur as a separate publication or as a part of another publication. It aids the user to find out the primary and secondary sources. It is a ready reference source to find answers to a lot of queries. Let us now summarize the session. In this module, we discussed about various types of dictionaries, encyclopedias, and directories with examples. We tried to emphasize the use and importance of dictionary, encyclopedia, and directory. These secondary sources are very important sources to find out the concise, simplified, and digested information about the topic of inquiry. These are very good ready reference sources to retrieve various branches of knowledge. Hence, these are considered as the backbone of reference service. Now try to answer some questions. Write a short note on dictionary. Enumerate the difference between general dictionary and special dictionary. Explain the types of encyclopedia with examples. Write a short note on directory. Briefly evaluate Oxford English Dictionary. Briefly evaluate any one of the special encyclopedias. What are the different types of directories? What are the uses of encyclopedia? Briefly evaluate Directory of Indian Publishers and Distributors. Here are some reference books for further reading. Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary of Current English, Encyclopedic Edition, Oxford University Press, Oxford, 1992. The Hutchinson Encyclopedia, Helicon Company, 1997. ALA Glossary of Library Terms with a selection of terms in related fields, ALA, Chicago, 1943. Reference Service by Krishnan Kumar, Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi, 1994. Manual of Reference and Information Sources, Volume 2 by Seva Singh, BR Publishing Corporation, New Delhi. Information Sources and Services by PSG Kumar, BR Publishing Corporation, New Delhi, 2004. A Student's Manual of Library and Information Science, Volume 1 by PSG Kumar, BR Publishing Corporation, New Delhi, 2002. Thank you for watching today's program. We shall meet again with another topic. Goodbye.
Welcome to the interface program. Today we have Professor Ajit Kempavi as our guest. He is a world-renowned astrophysicist. He has been involved with many mega projects in astronomy. And welcome, Ajit.
Nice to talk to you today.
Yeah,
I'm very glad to be on the interface program.
So, will you be able to elaborate a little bit about the mega projects that?
Yes, we have been hearing a lot about mega projects in astronomy in India. So first we'll see what are the mega projects. As you know, astronomers are very fond of building bigger and bigger telescopes. So the idea is that a bigger telescope, you can see much further in the universe, which should also mean that because of the time taken by light to travel the great distance, it means that you are looking at the universe in the past. So when we observe distant objects, we not only see how the universe is now, but we also see how the universe was millions, hundreds of millions and even billions of years ago.
So what is the biggest telescope now we have in in India, or what
yes,
is the
what happens, let me just complete what I said, was that because of this need to build bigger telescopes, the programs are getting bigger and bigger, the telescopes are getting more and more expensive, and they require a very great deal of technology, which should mean that many people in many countries have got to cooperate together, and the cost becomes very high. So a project like that, where you spend hundreds of millions of dollars, or in our language many thousands of crores, and where there is a lot of people involved, and where the time scale is long, okay, which means that it will take you 10 years to build the telescope, and then you will use it for the next 20 years or so. Okay. That is typically what is called a mega project in astronomy.
Okay. So coming back to the telescopes, what is the status that India has now in terms of the size of telescopes, for example?
Yes. Now that is a very interesting question, because the answer can become very complex. Because first of all, I should ask you, what do you mean by a telescope? Because the traditional view of the astronomer is that he builds a telescope, optical telescope, and looks at the stars through the lens and sees the stars. Now that view is no longer tenable for two different reasons. One, even optical telescopes are very large. They are reflecting telescopes, which means that you use a mirror rather than lenses. And then because of their size and their excessive complication, you need computers to drive the telescope. Number one. Number two is that the electromagnetic wavelength region that astronomers used to observe is very wide. So it would mean that there can be radio telescopes. A radio telescope is just like the antenna that you have on top of your house to detect signals from satellites for your TV, except that they can get much bigger, and they can be tens of dishes which act together. Or you can have a X-ray telescope. X-rays don't penetrate the Earth's atmosphere and reach us from distant sources, and therefore X-ray telescopes are always put on satellites. So depending on which part of the spectrum you want to observe, there will be different telescopes. In modern astronomy, we always take a multi-wavelength approach, which would mean that we use many different kinds of telescope to observe the same object and get a spectrum.
Okay, because when you said this multi-wavelength observation, our satellite, the first astronomical satellite, AstroSat, is known for its capabilities now. According to you, how is it going to help the astronomy community here, or what are the advantages of having a telescope like that in space?
That is a very interesting question that you ask as soon as I mentioned multi-wavelength observations, because AstroSat is a very fine example of this approach. Traditionally what happened was that people had, let's say, X-ray telescopes on one satellite. So let us say that they observe very interesting X-ray source, but they want to observe it at other wavelengths. They would have to depend upon other telescopes. Now that kind of organization is very difficult to bring about quickly, which would mean that if I observe a cosmic source in X-rays at one time, by the time I went and observed it in the radio or in the optical, it would be several days later, which would make it unusual. The data then is not the best possible. AstroSat is the first Indian satellite fully dedicated to astronomy. It was launched on September 28 last year. It has been in the making for a long time. Now AstroSat is a very important addition to the world of astronomy, because first of all it is a multi-wavelength satellite, which means that it has got 4 telescopes, each of a different kind on it, which all point in the same direction. There is a 5th sky monitor which is perpendicular to them, but these 4 observing telescopes are they're pointing in the same direction, which means that a given source can at once be observed in the optical, in the ultraviolet, in the soft X-rays, in the hard X-rays and very hard X-rays. So that makes it a very unique satellite. There have been no satellite so far anywhere in the world with such a capability. Second, AstroSat has also large detectors, okay, which means that you can observe sources very quickly, which means that one can follow the time variation of these sources very fast.
Okay. So, just like you were mentioning in your talk, the 30-meter telescope is also another big project that India is getting involved into. So, will you be able to elaborate a little bit?
Yes, I can tell you about 30-meter telescope, but let me first tell you about what is the kind of observing facility we have in India and abroad. Now, we have several telescopes in India of the 2-meter class, optical telescopes. So, one telescope is belongs to Ayuka, my institute, and which is near Narayangaon, the telescope, and then there is another telescope belonging to the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, which is in the Himalayas in Hanle, and then a 3.6 meter telescope, which would be the biggest, one of the biggest telescopes in Asia, is about to see first light in the Himalayas. It belongs to Aries. But then these, by present day standards, are counted as relatively small optical telescope. So, what is a big telescope? I can mention two telescopes to you. One is actually a pair of telescopes, the Keck telescopes, which are located in Hawaii. They belong to Caltech and University of California system. Each telescope is 10 meters in diameter. I mean, which makes it the biggest telescope in the world. There is another large telescope with which we Indian universities and Ayuka have an association, and which is called SALT, which stands for Southern African Large Telescope, which is 400 kilometers away from Cape Town in a very, very remote region. Okay. So, these now count as the biggest optical telescopes. So, that you mentioned 30-meter telescope. You see, the 30-meter telescope has the number that you use. When I say 2 meter, or when I say 20 meter or 30 meter, that always refers to the diameter of the mirror. Now, here is another interesting fact which comes about. Typically, the lenses and mirrors which are associated with telescopes so far have been circular. Because why circular? Because they are easy to make. But as telescope mirrors became bigger, it became impossible to make a monolithic mirror of 10 meters, let alone 30 meters. And even if you make the mirror in your factory, how will you carry it? Hardly any road anywhere in the world will allow you to carry a 10-meter object up the mountain. Now, astronomers make segmented telescopes, okay, which means that you construct the mirror out of much smaller hexagonal segments. You stick them together. So, which means that the whole mirror, the large mirror, has got the shape of a hexagon. So, the 30-meter telescope is built like that, and if you go from one corner of the hexagon to another corner of the hexagon, it will be opposite corner, it will be 30 meters. What is important is not the diameter of the telescope, diameter of the mirror, but the area of the mirror. So, now I got a 10-meter mirror, then I got a 30-meter mirror, the new one, which would mean that the area, the diameter is 3 times bigger, which would mean that the area is 9 times bigger. And so, which means that the capacity of that telescope to observe is 100 times, 10 times better than the existing telescopes.
Yes. So, the complexity just not depend on the size, and it increases in every manifold, right? Because the moment we put different number of segments, the arrangement and their accuracy that we have to achieve all becomes really complex. So
you see, again, that is a very important consideration that you raise, because just imagine how big is a 30-meter telescope, and 30 meters is a football size thing, and then you go there, and so now that telescope is not static. Okay, it is that mirror has to be made part of a machinery so that you can point it to any direction in the sky, and you want very, very accurate pointing. The surface of the telescope again has to be extremely accurately defined. So what happens is that even if you take a telescope with a single mirror, as you point in different directions, the gravitational forces on it, the stresses act differently, which actually bends the mirror slightly, distorting image. But now the modern telescopes are segmented, meaning that, as I explained to you already, you are taking small segments and then you are arranging them together into one large mirror, which means they can go out of shape. So you require a technology which is known as active optics. meaning that there are sensors on the mirrors which can all the time sense once every second or quicker. They sense the relative positions of the mirrors, and then there are assemblies behind the mirror which allow you to move the mirrors slightly up and down. The mirrors can be moved in 3 directions so that you have the perfect alignment. Now, aligning the mirror is just one thing. Now the instruments, because the telescope is only an agent. The telescope, it actually funnels light onto the mirror and onto your instrument. But then what you need to do is to have a detector. In the old days, the detector was the human eye. About 150 years ago, people started using photographic plates. But now these are electronic detectors. I mean, these are CCD detectors. Okay, so with which everybody is familiar now because then the cameras and so forth. So what happens is that you use these kind of instruments, but the larger the telescope, the larger is the instrument. So for the 30-meter telescope, each instrument is of the size of a large hall, you can say.
Yeah.
And therefore, controlling all these instruments, putting them together, controlling the telescope, it becomes a gigantic information technology problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the TMT, for example, because India is a very important contributor to the software development for the TMT, which is for the control of the telescope as well as all other tasks, and it is going to take 10 years to write that software.
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore the telescope is a very, very complex machinery, and to keep it going flawlessly is incredibly difficult.
Type of technology that we need is really vast now.
It's vast, and you can say that much of the technology that you use will actually be frontier technology. Okay, because you see, the point is that we are building the biggest telescope in the world of its kind. So which would mean that the technology is something which has not been tested before. Okay, because this telescope is bigger than anything that you have, and you know, scaling is not always very easy, because if I make a model toy plane and I make it very cleverly and I can get it to fly, then it does not mean that I can just multiply everything by 100 and make a passenger plane. Because when I make the telescope, the plane bigger, then I have to consider completely different aerodynamics. Okay, so similarly, when I make a bigger and bigger instrument, there will be unknown effects which come into the picture. But that is a challenge which drives all the scientists and all the technologists, because what we understand is that unless there was something new to be discovered, then people would not be interested.
Professor Kempavi, can you please say about our ventures or our efforts into these international things in, say, in the TMT?
See, as I told you, the TMT is the international collaboration. It was started by the Americans in Caltech and University of California, and it is supported by the Moore Foundation. And it is interesting that this Moore is the same one who gave Moore's law, with all the people in computer science are familiar with. So he gave a lot of money for it. And then later Canada and Japan, China and India have joined. So India is a partner at the 10% level. So what it means is that we contribute 10% of the total cost of the telescope for building it and then for maintaining it. But this is not a case where we send all the money abroad and they use it in whatever way they like. Much of what we are contributing goes as a material contribution. Okay, which means that we will design the software, we make some of the instruments, we polish some of the mirrors, and there are several such activities that we carry out, which gives us wonderful experience. So we should mean that at the end of the program, when the telescope is ready, Indian astronomers and engineers will be capable of building their own large telescope.
Okay, even larger ones.
Telescopes. Now, how do we do it in India? This is the national effort. There are 3 institutes: the Indian Institute of Astrophysics in Bangalore, and Ayuka in Pune, and Emmrc in Nainital. These are the 3 principal partners. The coordination center will be in Bangalore at the IIA. But then there are so many other institutes and organizations and also universities which are helping with it. So once the telescope is built, then there will be a national committee which will call for applications for time, and then that telescope, the time allocation committee, will actually take into account the merit of the proposals which have been made and allocate time. So, and then the data which is obtained will be with the proposer for 2 years, after which it will be made public. Okay, which would mean that all the good things which come from the telescope will be easily accessible by any person in India who wants to use that data, and it will be fully available nationally.
Then coming back to you were involved with the virtual observatory program in India and in the international arena also. So can you please tell about
So what is the virtual observatory?
Yes.
I had talked at length about what is the telescope, and so an observatory is an organization and a setup which has got the telescope and all the other equipment which is required to use it, to maintain it, and many observatories have more than one telescope, or what I would call a hardware observatory, meaning that you will actually go there at the top of a mountain usually, and then you will see all these telescopes there. But for the last dozen years you have had a concept which is called the virtual observatory, and or the VO, and the virtual observatory provides the same facility that an observatory does, except that it does not, you cannot take new data with it. But as I already said, all data which is obtained through important telescopes is archived, okay, and then it is generally made available freely to all astronomers in the world. So the virtual observatory allows you to develop standards to be able to use the data. It allows many applications so that you can, these are vast quantities of data, hundreds of terabytes. So you are enabled to actually manage the data and to use it and to analyze it. So it is very interesting, but there have been cases where people sitting in some, let us say, rural parts of Kerala or deep in Assam or Arunachal Pradesh, from normally communication is difficult, for them to come to Ayuka is difficult, but because of the internet which is now universally available, they can use the internet to access virtual observatory facilities. Meaning, what do I mean by that? I can say that, look, here is a list of 10 astronomical sources. Can you give me all optical data that is available for them? You can put this query in, it is in a technical language which is very easy to learn, mostly web based, and quite soon, meaning that depending upon how much is the data, within seconds, or sometimes if the data is very voluminous, within hours, you will get the data. You will not only get the data, you will also have all the tools to analyze it.
Oh, yeah.
So which means that this empowers everybody.
Okay.
It is a wonderful concept.
Yeah. Even observing the sky without a telescope at all.
Yes, but you must not, if there were no telescopes, there will be no virtual observatory. Because you observe, you get the data, you put it together, and so because you see the important thing about a given data is that it is not there for single use.
Yeah.
Okay, meaning that just think of a cup of tea. A cup of tea is a single use thing, okay, because I drink it and it is gone.
Yeah.
Alright, so whereas data is not single use, because you may want to use the data for some purpose. I can use the very same data for a different purpose. Okay, so that is the idea behind a virtual observatory.
Okay. So this in radio also we are getting into a new project, the kilometer array. SCA.
Yeah.
So what is our role in that?
Yes. You see, the radio astronomers cannot use a single telescope. That is because the wavelength of radio waves is very large, and we should make a good radio telescope prohibitively large in size. So radio astronomers have solved that problem by breaking up, instead of taking many small telescopes and using them in phase. It's a very complex technology, so that they can have the same action as having one large telescope. Now there is a GMRT which was built by Professor Govind Swarup of the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. It is now managed by the National Center for Radio Astrophysics in Pune. So GMRT is one of the world's biggest radio telescopes of its kind. So just like the TMT will be bigger than everything else when it is built, apart from the ELT, so there is a new radio telescope being built which is called the SKA, Square Kilometer Array, because the total collecting area will be equivalent to 1 square kilometer. And this telescope is being built in two parts. One part will be in South Africa and the other part will be in Australia. So why these two countries? Because they have sufficient remote regions. In India it is very difficult to get a remote location, because even though our country is very large, there is a population, there is a growing population, and there is economic growth, okay, which means that it is very difficult to get empty areas. So now the SKA will have a very large number of antennae. It will be a very large telescope, and India is again an important partner of this project, and the activity is coordinated by NCRA in Pune, and we are there. NCRA is also building the telescope control system for the telescope. This will be ready partially in 2020 when you can start using it, and 2024 I believe is the target date for a certain level of completion.
Okay. Another interesting area where India is now getting into is the gravitational wave detection.
Yes.
So what are the chances of getting such a facility in India now?
If you ask me what are the chances of detecting gravitational waves, I can give you the answer, but if you ask me what is the chance of the project being approved, I cannot, because it has been with the government for a long time. But it is very interesting that the primary idea due to Albert Einstein, the general theory of relativity on which all this is based, celebrated 100 years. It became 100 years old just last November. So Einstein gave this very revolutionary theory. Everybody has heard of Albert Einstein, everybody has heard of his theories, the theory of relativity, and there he said that gravitation manifests itself through changes in the space-time structure. And one consequence of his theory was that gravitational waves should exist. So what do you mean by that? You see that electromagnetism, electric and magnetic fields acting together, are described by what are called Maxwell's equations, which are the mathematical, which constitute the mathematical theory of electromagnetism. A consequence of Maxwell's equations is that electromagnetic waves exist, and electromagnetic waves are very, very important. For example, right now you and I are talking together through the medium of electromagnetic waves, because we are using microphones, we are using amplifiers, and our talk is being recorded. Okay, so just as electromagnetic waves exist, it is believed that gravitational waves also exist, except that they are extremely weak. They are so weak that if I take two electrons and I consider electrons, as you know, are charged particles, so there is a Coulomb force between them. That Coulomb force is roughly 10 to the 40 times the gravitational force, so which tells you how immensely weak gravitation is. So how do you generate electromagnetic waves? Okay, you generate electromagnetic waves by taking an antenna and putting up. Like if you look at the local Vivid Bharati station, it will have an antenna, and then the program and electromagnetic signal is sent to the antenna, and which is broadcast. Right. So what is the source there? The source is our voice, which drives something, and then it is amplified and put up the antenna. Now the source of gravitational waves are massive objects, except that the gravitational waves that you and I can produce will be utterly negligible. So we depend upon very massive, very compact objects like neutron stars. And if there are two neutron stars going around each other, then they will produce gravitational waves, especially and when they produce the gravitational waves, they lose energy, therefore they spiral together, and as they spiral they produce more and more waves. Right, so then you get a burst of gravitational waves from them. Now these gravitational waves, detecting them is very difficult, and you do that by building what is called a very vast interferometer. Okay, this interferometer, the one which I used called there's an experiment called LIGO, Laser Interferometric Gravitational Wave Observatory. So LIGO is located in the USA. There are two LIGO detectors, and over the last 6 months people have started deploying what are known as advanced LIGO detectors. Okay, so which are very much more sensitive than the original ones, and these act in tandem together. So now the idea is to build a third LIGO detector in India, and it will be a collaboration between the American and Indian groups. The American group has given the immensely sensitive LIGO detector, and it will be the job of Indian astronomers and engineers and physicists to actually build a very large vacuum setup. So the setup is that there are two arms which are 4 kilometers long, and then they are held at very high vacuum. Inside them is one of the most powerful lasers in the world, and these lasers are reflected by mirrors, and then interference pattern is produced.
Okay.
So when a gravitational wave passes by, it changes the pattern, which allows us to detect it. All of this sounds very familiar because it is what is known as the Michelson interferometer, except that the signal here is incredibly weak. and the length change that the signal produces is an extremely small fraction of the size of an elementary particle like the proton. Okay, so which means that you cannot use normal technology, and people have been trying for very hard, and everyone believes that now we are on the verge of success.
Why they wish to have the LIGO in India rather than in putting in another place of the world, because they have already.
One thing, the most important reason is that India is very far away. So you see that the two detectors in the USA, there is one which is located in Washington State in the northeast of the US, northwest of the US, whereas the other one is located in Louisiana in the south, and they are located far away because the greater the distance, the more sensitive it will be to the direction from which gravitational waves are coming. So if you follow the same logic and you put a telescope in India, a gravitational wave detector in India, then you will get a very long baseline. Now you could put in other countries, but there are two important requirements here. One requirement is that the country must itself be technologically advanced enough in this subject, right, so that they can build part of the detector and part of the installation and the whole of the installation, and then they can also they have the technology to actually operate it. Whereas there is one requirement. The other requirement is that this is a mega project. It needs a lot of money, and it's very important that the government takes into cognizance the importance of it and approves the project and gives you funding. And because all these circumstances seem to be available in India, therefore there is LIGO India.
Okay. With these mega projects, how the students can get into astronomy and astrophysics, or the long term, how beneficial will it be for those people?
Again, you are touching a very important point here, because it is going to take more than 10 years to build any one of these big things, and then they are going to be operated over 20 years. So which means that people who will use them are just about being born. Okay, one. And second, the last people to use it are just being born.
Yeah.
The first people to use it will be those who are now 20 years old and 25 years old, and it is those people that we have got to train and we have got to educate to use them. Now you see, the point is that if you offer a student to work on something which has been there for a long time, and now we all have telescopes, so you have a telescope, we have a telescope. When you have these kind of things, students do come because they are attracted. But just instead of asking them to work on your small telescope, let us suppose that you say, do you want to work on the world's biggest telescope? I mean, that has got a completely different kind of attraction. Okay, because first of all, the challenge of working with something which is the biggest in the world, and secondly, the interesting investigation that you will make. So that is why there is a concept of astronomy for development, meaning that I am not talking about the development of astronomy, I am talking about astronomy being used as a tool for development. Okay, so how does that come about? Because making big telescopes involves new technology. Many people get trained in it. Young students will use it, and therefore the overall economic development and scientific development of the country. So therefore it is going to be our endeavor to teach young people, to bring them into this fold and to encourage them to use these big telescopes.
So it was a wonderful talking to you, Professor Kembavi. Let me thank you for your valuable time and your talk.
It's been a great pleasure for me. Thank you very much.
Hello. Today we will be discussing about the aesthetic theory of Immanuel Kant. we experience various phenomena in nature. This experience happens within space and time. Immanuel Kant called the process of sensory experience as Anschauung, which is popularly translated as intuition. His usage of the word intuition should not be confused with the mystical usage of the term. Intuition for Kant is the way we convert noumenon into phenomenon. Let me explain the term noumenon. Noumenon is the reality of an object beyond its sensory appearance. It is the real existence of the object. Let us look at a tree outside. It appears to us as a tree standing outside. But in actuality, what we experience is the appearance of a tree within ourselves. Its appearance is a phenomenon in nature. There is no way we can be certain that whether it exists in reality the way it appears to us, because even space and time are functions of the mind. We are so intimately familiar with the feeling of touch, we tend to forget that it is also a sensory experience. Space and time are considered by Kant to be necessary preconditions of the mind. They should exist before inducing the outside world. The realm of phenomena is the world of sensory reality, and the noumenal realm is equated with the world of the actual. Kant used the term intuition for the experience through sense organs. In Kant's theory of knowledge, the term transcendent is used as being beyond the limits of experience and hence unknowable. Like Plato, Kant also had to theorize about a world of pure ideas. Kant claimed that sensed presentations were of only appearances and not things as they are in themselves. That is why Kant is considered as a transcendental idealist. Actually, he is the founder of the philosophical movement Transcendental Idealism. Kantian concepts are significant in many ways. To a student of aesthetics, the study of Kant's philosophy is very important because though it was Alexander Baumgarten who formulated aesthetics as a separate branch of philosophy, it was Immanuel Kant who substantiated its theory. His major treatises are Critique of Pure Reason, Critique of Practical Reason, and the Critique of Judgment. The Critique of Judgment, published in 1790, is considered as the foundational treatise in modern philosophical aesthetics. Even before this, in 1763, Kant produced an early treatise on aesthetics, Observations on the Feeling of the Beautiful and Sublime. But the Critique of Judgment is his most influential book. In it, Kant states that it is our faculty of judgment that enables us to have experience of the beautiful. Let us look deeper into the definition of the term judgment. Kant defines judgment as the subsumption of a particular under a universal. The term subsumption means incorporating something under a more general category. Judgment acts as a mediator between two faculties of human mind, understanding and reason. The faculty of understanding is that which supplies concepts, that is universals, and reason is that which draws inferences. To explain the concept, let us think that we are watching a sunset. It appears beautiful to us. We say, the sunset is very beautiful. By this statement, we imply that the sunset is beautiful to another person too, but the experience of the beauty of the sunset is subjective. If the experience is purely subjective, then a science of beauty will not be possible. Then we can't form any general principles of the beautiful. The experience of the beautiful cannot be purely objective too. Then every beautiful object will appear beautiful to everybody. This is not the case in reality. To overcome this dilemma, Kant proposed a kind of interpersonal existence of the sense of judgment. The first part of the critique of judgment is critique of aesthetic judgment. In this, Kant discusses the four possible reflective judgments: the agreeable, the beautiful, the sublime, and the good. Reflective judgment is defined as that use of judgment in which we seek to find unknown universals for given particulars rather than to apply given universals to particulars. Aesthetic judgment is considered to be a form of reflective judgment. Another form of judgment is determinate judgment. In determinate judgment, the concept contains enough information to form a direct judgment. The question Kant posed in the critique of judgment is whether there are a priori conditions for making judgments based on the experience of pleasure. As you probably know, a priori knowledge is the knowledge independent of experience. According to Kant, a priori knowledge is transcendental, while a posteriori knowledge is empirical, based on experience. Concepts such as time, space, and cause are counted as a priori forms of the mind, as already stated. In Critique of Judgment, Kant discusses four moments of aesthetic judgment which make something appear beautiful. Let us examine the definitions from this book in Kant's own words. The first moment of judgment of taste. The judgment of taste is aesthetic. Kant says, if we wish to discern whether something is beautiful or not, we do not relate the representation of it to its object by means of rational understanding. Instead, we relate the representation through imagination. The judgment of taste, therefore, is not a cognitive judgment, is not logical, but it is aesthetic. Definition of the beautiful derived from the first moment. Taste is the faculty of estimating an object or a mode of representation by means of a delight or aversion apart from any interest. The object of such a delight is called beautiful. Second moment of judgment of taste as to its quantity. Aesthetic judgments become universally agreeable, that is, though the experience is subjective, there is an agreement between subjects that the experience is beautiful. Definition of the beautiful drawn from the second moment. The beautiful is such that which pleases universally without a concept. Third moment of judgments of taste. Moment of the relation of purposes. The beautiful is understood to have a purpose, but at the same time without any definite purpose. The sole foundation of the judgment of taste is the form of purposiveness of an object. The pure judgment of taste is independent of charm and emotion. A judgment of taste which is uninfluenced by charm or emotion, though these may be associated with the delight in the beautiful, and whose determining ground therefore is simply purposiveness of form, is a pure judgment of taste. The judgment of taste is entirely independent of the concept of perfection. Definition of the beautiful derived from the third moment. Beauty is a form of purposiveness of an object so far as perceived apart from the object's purpose. Fourth moment of the judgment of taste as to the modality of the delight in the object. The subjective necessity attributed to a judgment of taste is conditioned. The condition of the necessity advanced by a judgment of taste is the idea of a common sense. The necessity of the universal assent that is thought in a judgment of taste is a subjective necessity which under the presupposition of a common sense is represented as objective. Definition of the beautiful drawn from the fourth moment. The beautiful is that which apart from a concept is cognized as object of a necessary delight. The beautiful is what pleases in the mere estimate formed of it, consequently not by intervention of any feeling of sense in accordance with a concept of the understanding. From this it follows at once that it must please apart from all interest. Kant uses the term imagination to define the mental faculty which allows the apprehension of any object. Imagination happens every time sensory stimuli is received. The term understanding is used as the faculty of conceptualization. One uses these faculties to comprehend any object, but when a special type of harmony is created between these two, we experience a pleasurable feeling. The faculties in a free play derive harmony. Then we judge the object to be beautiful. From the critic of judgment, two concepts stand apart as most significant. A beautiful object has purposiveness without a purpose, and what the viewer derives from the beautiful is disinterested satisfaction. Kant is of opinion that the pleasure one derives from an agreeable object is not disinterested. The pleasure in the good is also not disinterested. Only the pleasure from the beautiful is disinterested. The experience of the beautiful represents a pleasure in order, harmony, delicacy, and the like. A purpose comes about when a concept, that is essence, the product of reason, precedes an object or event of existence and brings the event or object into existence to satisfy one's desire or interest. Kant has defined another experience, the sublime, as distinctive from the experience of the beautiful. The sublime is what pleases immediately by reason of its opposition to the interest of sense. It is an aesthetic response of awe before the infinite or the overwhelming. I will explain this concept a bit further. Let us start by looking at what Kant described as a schemata. A schemata of an object or phenomenon is the ontological knowledge of its form. For everything in nature, we hold a corresponding schema inside us. We classify things according to this schema. What will happen if an object or phenomenon has become so huge in magnitude or force? It goes beyond our capacity for comprehension. Our sensory faculty is overwhelmed with awe by its presence. Then we derive a response in its presence. If we are disinterested, this becomes an aesthetic response and is experienced as sublime. For example, imagine that we are standing in front of a mighty waterfall, contemplating it. The magnitude and force of the waterfall is such that it overwhelms us, and the contemplative quality of the mind generates the feeling of sublime. What if we are in a boat which is uncontrollably drifting towards the waterfall? Even then, we become overwhelmed by the presence of the waterfall. But because we are participants in the phenomenon and not mere spectators, our awe and fear become real. We are overwhelmed by emotion and purposefulness. Because we lose our disinterestedness, the aesthetic response as sublime won't arise in this situation. Kant has defined two kinds of sublime, the mathematical sublime and the dynamic sublime. Mathematical sublime is simple to understand if we think of the experience we derive from looking at the countless stars in a clear sky. Mathematical sublime leads us to the concept of infinity, towards the edge of reason. Reason cannot comprehend the concept of infinity in its totality. It is only aware of the possibility of infinity by reasoning. So, at the edge of understanding, imagination is created and a harmony is derived. Thus, the possibility for a pleasurable experience presents itself. But because of the magnitude, a feeling of awe is also generated along with an aesthetic response. Thus, mathematical sublime is aroused. Dynamic sublime, on the other hand, is related to force. We have already described the situation where the onlooker is in the presence of a mighty force citing the example of the waterfall. So I will now continue to another topic. Now let us proceed to apply Kantian aesthetic to the analysis of some artworks. Observe this painting by Vincent van Gogh. Kant states, nature lends us material via law of association of empirical imagination. Genius can process this material into what surpasses nature. This is the creation of a second nature by productive imagination, which follows analogical rules and principles of reason. The Starry Night can also be taken as a representative example of dynamic sublime. Of course, Kant had applied the concept of sublime only to crude nature and not to works of art. But he has used the term crude nature to denote mountains, landforms, etc. So it is deducible that crude landscape elements represented in a work of art is also capable of evoking the feeling of sublime. Kant's concept of the genius also becomes relevant in our present context. In Critique of Judgment, Kant has put forward the idea of the genius. A genius is not an imitator. He holds originality and is capable of creating aesthetic ideas. Aesthetic idea lies beyond the realm of pure reason. Of course, creation of art needs practical skill, but an aesthetic idea is not reducible to determinate concepts. So, art cannot be fully taught while science can. Creation of art thus has to rely upon native talent. So, according to Kant, there cannot be a scientific genius. He can only be a genius up to the level of imagination. When he enters the empirical area of practical reason, he ceases to be a genius. This idea of genius was upheld by Romanticism, and 19th century saw the emergence of Bohemian artists. They upheld the Kantian concept of freedom at the presence of might. They tried to live close to nature as a romantic noble beast. As fine art can have no definite rule on how to produce or judge a work of art, it is genius who creates a rule applied to only one instance of artwork. Van Gogh, in his Starry Night, has devised a rule of representing the dynamic force of vast magnitude. Kant has also categorized arts into mechanical and aesthetic. By mechanical arts, he did not intend handicrafts. Mechanical arts hold definite concept of a purpose which is to be produced. The intention of fine arts is pleasure alone. Kant also differentiates between agreeable and fine art. The agreeable creates pleasure only through sensation, whereas fine art is capable of creating pleasure through sensation and cognition. That is why a creatively original artwork like the Starry Night offers the possibility to be read in many ways. It ceases to be an object of pure sensation or reason. It is capable of producing a harmony between the faculty of imagination and understanding. Let us examine another painting by Caspar David Friedrich, a German romantic painter who was contemporary to Kant. This is an image by Caspar David Friedrich, The Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog, done in 1818. In this painting, we again see the contemplation of the sublime. Usually, the romantic landscape remains one of the transient but mighty nature of the a priori concepts of the mind, space and time. The figure of the human is usually dwarfed by the presence of crude natural elements or forces. But man, even while confronted by the forces of nature, shows the spirit of human freedom. This painting by Caspar David Friedrich shows a man who is the protagonist of this freedom. I suggest you try to learn more on Rousseau, Goethe, Schelling, Hegel, Coleridge and Wordsworth. It will also be helpful to have a basic understanding of the philosophy of Leibniz, Hume and Burke. A familiarity with the concepts presented by these philosophers will enhance our understanding of Kant. The philosophy of Immanuel Kant has influenced a number of modern formalist critics like Roger Fry, Clive Bell and Greenberg. Kant is considered by them also to be a formalist. Now it is time we conclude this session on the aesthetic theory of Kant. Till our next class, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on biological aspects of development. Development begins with conception. Conception occurs when fertilization creates a zygote, an organism formed by the union of a sperm and an egg. All the other cells in our body developed from this single cell. Each of the cells contains enduring messages from our parents carried on the chromosomes that lie within its nucleus. Each chromosome houses many genes, the functional units in hereditary transmission. Genes carry the details of our hereditary blueprints, which are revealed gradually throughout. The prenatal period extends from conception to birth, usually encompassing 9 months of pregnancy. A great deal of important developments occurs before birth. In fact, development during the prenatal period is remarkably rapid. If you were an average sized newborn and your physical growth had continued during the first year of life at a prenatal pace, by your first birthday you would have weighed 200 pounds. In this section, we will examine the usual course of prenatal development and discuss how environmental events can leave their mark on development even before birth exposes the newborn to the outside world. The course of prenatal development. The prenatal period is divided into 3 phases. The germinal stage, that is the first 2 weeks, the embryonic stage 2 weeks to 2 months, and the fetal stage 2 months to birth. Some key developments in these phases are outlined here. Germinal stage. The germinal stage is the first phase of prenatal development, encompassing the first 2 weeks after conception. This brief stage begins when a zygote is created through fertilization. Within 36 hours, rapid cell division begins and a zygote becomes a microscopic mass of multiplying cells. This mass of cells slowly migrates along the mother's fallopian tube to the uterine cavity. On about the 7th day, the cell mass begins to implant itself in the uterine wall. This process takes about a weekend and is far from automatic. Many zygotes are rejected at this point. As many as 1 in 5 pregnancies end with the woman never being aware that conception has occurred. During the implantation process, the placenta begins to form. The placenta is a structure that allows oxygen and nutrients to pass into the fetus from the mother's bloodstream and bodily waste to pass out to the mother. This critical exchange takes place across thin membranes that block the passage of blood cells, keeping the fetal and maternal bloodstreams separate. Embryonic stage. The embryonic stage is the second stage of prenatal development, lasting from 2 weeks until the end of the second month. During this stage, most of the vital organs and bodily systems begin to form in the developing organism, which is now called an embryo. Structures such as the heart, spine, and brain emerge gradually as cell division becomes more specialized. Although the embryo is typically only about an inch long at the end of this stage, it is already beginning to look human. Arms, legs, hands, feet, fingers, toes, eyes, and ears are already discernible. The embryonic stage is a period of great vulnerability because virtually all the basic physiological structures are being formed. If anything interferes with normal development during the embryonic phase, the effects can be devastating. Most miscarriages occur during this period. Most major structural birth defects are also due to problems that occur during the embryonic stage. Fetal stage. The fetal stage is a third stage of prenatal development, lasting from 2 months through birth. The first 2 months of the fetal stage bring rapid bodily growth as muscles and bones begin to form. The developing organism, now called a fetus, becomes capable of physical movements as skeletal structures harden. Organs formed in the embryonic stage continue to grow and gradually begin to function. The sense of hearing, for example, is functional by around 20 to 24 weeks. During the final 3 months of the prenatal period, brain cells multiply at a brisk pace. A layer of fat is deposited under the skin to provide insulation, and the respiratory and digestive systems mature. All of these changes ready the fetus for life outside the cozy, supportive environment of its mother's womb. Sometime between 22 weeks and 26 weeks, the fetus reaches the age of viability, the age at which a baby can survive in the event of premature birth. Thanks to advances in medical technology, the age of viability has declined in recent decades in modern societies. Environmental factors and prenatal development. Although the fetus develops in the protective buffer of the womb, events in the external environment can affect it indirectly through the mother. Because the developing organism and its mother are linked through the placenta, a mother's eating habits, drug use, and physical health, among other things, can affect prenatal development and have long-term health consequences. Maternal nutrition. The developing fetus needs a variety of essential nutrients. Thus, it is not surprising that severe maternal malnutrition increases the risk of birth complications and neurological defects for the newborn. Maternal drug use. A major source of concern about fetal and infant well-being is a mother's consumption of drugs, including such widely used substances as tobacco and alcohol, as well as prescription and recreational drugs. Unfortunately, most drugs consumed by a pregnant woman can pass through the membrane of the placenta. Virtually all recreational drugs can be harmful, with sedatives, narcotics, and cocaine being particularly dangerous. Alcohol consumption during pregnancy also carries risks. It has long been clear that heavy drinking by a mother can be hazardous to a fetus. Fetal alcohol syndrome is a collection of congenital inborn problems associated with excessive alcohol use during pregnancy. Typical problems include microcephaly, a small head, heart defects, irritability, hyperactivity and delayed mental and motor developments. Maternal illness. The fetus is largely defenseless against infections because its immune system matures relatively late in the prenatal period. The placenta screens out quite a number of infectious agents, but not all. Thus, many maternal illnesses can interfere with prenatal development. Diseases such as measles, rubella, that is German measles, syphilis and chickenpox can be hazardous to the fetus with the nature of any damage depending in part on when the mother contracts the illness. The HIV virus that causes AIDS can also be transmitted by pregnant women to their offspring. Basic principles of development. Growth and development are the result of both nature and nurture. They are influenced by a combination of genetic, biological, environmental and experiential factors. An individual child's progression through the developmental stages is a result of a unique mix of physical and mental predispositions and attributes, as well as environmental conditions such as poverty, prenatal drug exposure or empathic parenting. A continual and cumulative process. Human development is best described as a continual and cumulative process. The one constant is change, and the changes that occur at each major phase of life can have important implications for the future. A holistic process. Humans are physical, cognitive and social beings, and each of these components of self depends in part on changes taking place in other areas of development. Plasticity. Plasticity refers to the brain capacity for change in response to positive or negative life experiences. Although we have described development as a continual and cumulative process and noted that past events often have implications for the future, developmentalists know that the course of development can change abruptly if important aspects of one's life change. Historical or cultural context. No single portrait of development is accurate for all cultures, social classes or racial and ethnic groups. Each culture, subculture and social class transmits a particular pattern of beliefs, values, customs and skills to its younger generations, and the content of this cultural socialization has a strong influence on the attributes and competencies that individuals display. Development is also influenced by societal changes, historical events, etc. The nature or nurture. Perhaps no theoretical controversy has been any more heated than this nature-nurture issue. Human development primarily can be the result of nature, that is biological forces, or nurture, that is environmental forces. The active-passive. The active or passive theme goes beyond considering the child's conscious choices and behaviors. That is, developmentalists consider a child active in development whenever any aspect of the child has an effect on the environment the child is experiencing. So, a temperamentally difficult infant who challenges the patience of his loving but frustrated parents is actively influencing his development, even though he is not consciously choosing to be temperamentally difficult. Similarly, a young preteen girl who has gone through the biological changes of puberty earlier than most of her classmates and friends did not choose this event. Nevertheless, the fact that she appears so much more mature than her peers is likely to have dramatic effects on the ways others treat her and the environment she experiences in general. Interconnected domains. Development occurs across a number of interconnected domains. Development in each domain is closely interwoven with development in the others, though it may not proceed evenly across domains in a parallel fashion. Example, language development may at times outstrip physical development or vice versa. Three major domains are physical, cognitive or linguistic, and socio-emotional. Development is progressive. Development is progressive over time. It unfolds in a series of stages in a consistent sequence. Though each individual develops in a unique way, the sequence of development is consistent for all individuals. For example, in general, children gain control over their bodies from head to toe and from the center out. An infant will be able to focus his or her eyes and follow an object before being able to lift his or her head. For each stage of development, there are milestones that tell whether or not the individual has achieved typical or normal development in the three domains. More broadly, there are developmental tasks that each individual needs to complete for each major developmental stage in each domain before he or she can proceed with optimum hope for success to the next stage. If tasks at a particular stage are not adequately completed, problems are likely to appear at future stages of development. Development does not always proceed evenly or at the same rate. Individuals' development does not always proceed evenly or at the same rate. Some degree of variation around what is considered the normal time for an individual to complete a developmental task should still be considered within the normal range. These normal variations would be smaller in the case of an infant in a period of rapid growth and development, but might be as much as 6 months for an adolescent. Development proceeds most rapidly in the earliest months and years of life, especially before age 5. Deficiencies in care at that stage can have especially serious effects on physical, cognitive, and social development. For example, rapid brain and body growth before age 2 makes infants highly susceptible to malnutrition, which, if not corrected, can lead to brain damage, mental retardation, and/or growth retardation. Environmental and cultural context of development. The family. In power and breadth of influence, no context equals the family. The family creates bonds between people that are unique. Attachments to parents and siblings usually last a lifetime and serve as models for relationships in the wider world of neighborhood, school, and community. Within the family, children learn the language, skills, and social and moral values of their culture. And at all ages, people turn to family members for information, assistance, and interesting and pleasurable interaction. Warm and gratifying family ties predict physical and psychological health throughout development. In contrast, isolation or alienation from the family is often associated with developmental problems. Contemporary researchers view the family as a network interdependent of relationships. The ecological systems theory that has bidirectional influences exist in which the behavior of each family member affect those of others. Indeed, the very term system implies that the responses of all family members are related. This system influences and operate both directly and indirectly. Direct influences. When we observe family members interacting, it can be seen that kind and patient communication evokes cooperative, harmonious responses, whereas harshness and impatience engender angry and resistive behavior. Each of these reactions in turn forges a new link in interactive chain. In first instance, a positive message tends to follow. In the second, a negative or avoidant one tends to occur. For example, when parents' requests are accompanied by warmth and affection, children tend to cooperate. And when children willingly comply, their parents are likely to be warm and gentle in the future. In contrast, parents who discipline with harshness and impatience have children who refuse and rebel. And because children's misbehavior is stressful for parents, they may increase their use of punishment, leading to more unruliness by the child. Indirect influences. Bronfenbrenner calls the indirect influence of others as the effect of third parties. Third parties can serve as supports for development. For example, when parents' marital relationship is warm and considerate, mothers and fathers praise and stimulate their children more and scold them less. In contrast, when a marriage is tense and hostile, parents tend to be less responsive to their children's needs and to criticize, express anger and punish. Similarly, children can affect their parents' relationship in powerful ways. For example, some children show lasting emotional problems when their parents' divorce happens. When family relationships are strained by third parties, other members like grandparents may help restore effective interaction. They can promote children's development in many ways, both directly by responding warmly to the child and indirectly by providing parents with child rearing advice, models of child rearing skill and even financial assistance. Of course, like any indirect influence, grandparents can sometimes be harmful. When quarrelsome relations exist between grandparents and parents, parent-child communication may suffer. Adapting to change. According to Bronfenbrenner's theory, chronosystem, the interplay of forces within the family, is dynamic and ever-changing. Important events such as the birth of a baby, a change of jobs, or an elderly parent joining the household due to declining health create challenges that modify existing relationships. The way such events affect family interaction depends on the support provided by other family members as well as on the developmental status of each participant. In recent decades, a declining birth rate, a high divorce rate, and expansion of women's roles have led to a smaller family size. This combined with a longer lifespan means that more generations are alive with fewer members in the youngest ones, leading to a top-heavy family structure. Consequently, young people today are more likely to have older relatives than at any time in history, a circumstance that can be enriching as well as a source of tension. Socio-economic status and family functioning. Socio-economic status, or SES. It combines three interrelated but not completely overlapping variables. 1. Years of education, and 2. The prestige of and skill required by one's job, both of which measure social status, and 3. Income, which measures economic status. As socio-economic status rises and falls, people face changing circumstances that profoundly affect family functioning. SES affects the timing and duration of phases of the family life cycle. People who work in skilled and semi-skilled manual occupations, that is machinists, truck drivers, etc., tend to marry and have children earlier as well as give birth to more children than people in white-collar and professional occupations. The two groups also differ in values and expectations. For example, when asked about personal qualities they desire for their children, lower SES parents tend to emphasize external characteristics such as obedience, politeness, neatness and cleanliness. In contrast, higher SES parents emphasize psychological traits such as curiosity, happiness, self-direction and cognitive and social maturity. In addition, fathers in higher SES families tend to be more involved in child rearing and household responsibilities. Lower SES fathers, partly because of their gender stereotyped beliefs and partly because of economic necessity, focus more on their provider role. Education also contributes to SES differences in family interaction. Furthermore, the greater economic security of higher SES families permits them to devote more time, energy and material resources to nurturing their children's psychological characteristics. The impact of poverty. When families slip into poverty, development is seriously threatened. Joblessness, a high divorce rate, a lower remarriage rate among women than men, widowhood and inadequate government programs to meet family needs is responsible for developmental problems. The child poverty rate is higher than that of any age group. These circumstances are particularly worrisome because the earlier poverty begins, the deeper it and the longer it lasts, the more devastating its effects on physical and mental health and school achievement. The constant stresses that accompany poverty gradually weaken the family system. Poor families have many daily hassles: no food, improper clothing, no shelter, etc. When daily crises arise, family members become depressed, irritable, and distracted, and hostile interactions increase. These outcomes are especially severe in families that must live in poor housing and dangerous neighborhoods, conditions that make everyday existence more difficult while reducing social supports that help people cope with economic hardship. Most homeless families consist of women with children under age 5. Besides health problems which affect most homeless people, homeless children suffer from developmental delays and serious emotional stress. Cultural values and practices. Culture shape family interaction and community settings beyond the home, in short, all aspects of daily life. Many of us remain blind to aspects of our own cultural heritage until we see them in relation to the practices of others. Although many people value independence and privacy, not all citizens share the same values. Some are part of subcultures, groups of people with beliefs and customs that differ from those of the larger culture. Many minority groups have cooperative family structures which help protect their members from the harmful effects of poverty. Within the extended family, grandparents play meaningful roles in guiding younger generations. Adults with employment, marital or child-rearing difficulties receive assistance and emotional support, and caregiving is enhanced for children and the elderly. Broad dimension on which cultures and subcultures differ are the extent to which collectivism versus individualism is emphasized. In collectivist societies, people define themselves as part of a group and stress group goals over individual goals. In individualistic societies, people think of themselves as separate entities and are largely concerned with their own personal needs. Although individualism tends to increase as cultures become more complex, cross-national differences remain. The United States is strongly individualistic and India is a collectivist. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. The chapter provides a detailed picture of biological aspects of development. It discusses how a zygote gradually changes to a newborn. The prenatal period is described in detail with 3 phases like germinal stage, embryonic stage, and fetal stage. The different environmental factors which affect prenatal development are explained. The chapter highlights the important principles of development. It also discusses the environmental and cultural context of development, which includes the family, socio-economic status, and the impact of poverty. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. Discuss in detail the process of prenatal development. Explain how environmental factors which influence prenatal development. What are the important principles of development? Development is influenced by environmental factors. Discuss how cultural context influence development. Hope that you may go through the reference books for further reading. Developmental Psychology, Childhood and Adolescence, 8th edition by Schaffer Dr. and Kripke Senegage, Learning, Wadsworth, 2010. Developmental Psychology, A Lifespan Approach by E.B. Herlock, Tata McGraw-Hill Publishing Company Limited, New Delhi, India, 1997. Lifespan Development by J.S. Turner and D.B. Helms, Hort, Ringhart and Whitson, Inkforth, Watt, India, 1987. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.